Trump's Epstein files are horrific. W-H-O-R-E. Horrific. Yet his supporters still defend him. And they say, what are they saying? Actually, have you guys heard any defense, Donald Trump? I hope maybe we may hear some today. I don't know, but I'm going to review some of these videos. If don't know, you know what? I understand if y'all support Trump and you don't want to defend him. I honestly wouldn't be defending him either. I see so little MAGA support nowadays than back in the day, though. Like, it's fucking disgusting. You guys are horrible. You don't even have an explanation for your dictator. We put y'all's dictator is a mess because his shit is spelled D-I-C-K-T-A-T-O-R. I mean, the man, he's a dictator. Like, he just brings a new meaning to head of state. I'm just saying. We know he the head of state, but damn it now. I'm going to open up the call lines. Going to keep those open all day because we want to make sure that the doors of the church stay open for all of you MAGA maniacs that need sanctification, because we know that when you support PDF files, eventually you're going to need a little old baptizing, son.
Featured story for tonight, this Jeffrey Epstein bill. This is huge. The big news today is that the discharge petition, which was created by Ro Khanna, the Democrat, Thomas Massie, the Republican, has finally been brought to the floor of the U.S. House and was passed almost unanimously. This is the bill that will compel the DOJ to release all the Epstein files. Today it passed unanimously. Now it goes to the U.S. Senate, where it has already been agreed upon that it will pass unanimously there as well. And then quickly it will move to the White House, where President Trump says that he will sign it.
He's not a dictator, he's a dickhead. I said to myself, I know my people ain't gonna miss no goddamn Trump roast. Yeah, I knew when I set this jank up. I said, my people is all for it, man. My people is all for it, man. And you know, we skips around, we touch on all these topics. But you know we all for Trump roast, man. Because Trump supporters are such fanatics. Like, the man can do no wrong. And I just want to hear y'all defend him and tell me what I'm like. Give me something other than what I'm getting with these Epstein files so I can have some kind of balance here. Like, are they lying on him? Is it framing him? Like, give me some theory. Like, bro.
So this is an unbelievable earthquake. Because again, as I said at the beginning of the show, and we'll work through some of the timeline, President Trump has been working tirelessly and spending enormous political capital basically since he took office to prevent exactly this from happening. Ever since January of this year, so 10 months ago, Trump has been fighting, and he's come up with every trick. He tried to distract the people. He tried to deceive the people.
What do you want to know? I mean, why do we look into it? He
tried to bury and cover up the Epstein files, tried to stall Congress and prevent them from considering it.
And Elon,
he threw his weight around. He used intimidation, tried to bully Republicans,
those files,
his supporters and his political allies, to stop talking about
those files don't exist. I gotta get into my Trump mode. I don't know how to impersonate him 100%, but I'm gonna get him right
about it. He did everything, pulled out every stop. And in the end, not
Bet it up, big dog.
Not only did it not work, but in the final week, it looks like there was this boiling over. And in the end, not only did the bill pass, but it passed unanimously in the House and the Senate. And go figure. Just a week ago, you had 4 Democrats, or was it 6 or 7 Democrats? 6 Democrats, I think it was, held up the entire U.S. Senate, shut down the government for over 40 days over nothing. Think about it. 6 Democrats shut down the entire government, the longest shutdown in history.
He said Nick Fuentes is a gay MAGA blower. Listen. Listen. That's not nice. We don't have no files on Fuentes. We don't. That's not nice. We need paperwork, man.
For 45 days, they were going to shut down air travel during Thanksgiving. They were going to...
Oh, yeah, I can do Hulk Hogan real good. I can do Hulk Hogan good. We're going to get Trump, though. And Elon. And I'm going to get him.
Prevent food stamps from going out to 40 million people. They furloughed much of the government. I knew many people in government that didn't get paid for a month. TSA wasn't getting paid. You had hour-long security lines in Texas at LaGuardia, New York, over nothing. And this week, every single member, they all got together. 2 weeks ago, they could barely come to an agreement to let the planes fly during Thanksgiving and Christmas. And now every single member, Republican and Democrat, House and Senate, has come together and agreed we want the Epstein files against the wishes of the president. This is a coup.
You said why I took the whole... Did I? Oh, shit. And look, dang, I took a lot of stuff down, didn't it? Yeah, I did it so I can get back monetized, man. Like, YouTube blackballed me, bro. I really had to take down most of my content just to get back into monetization, bro. So now that I'm monetized, I'm slowly re-uploading all of my stuff after I've cleaned it up, right? I got a little program that I can just run the video through it, and it'll bleep out all of the curse words, and then I can go on upload that thing back on the YouTube, you know, because so many videos, when you cursing like that, they just demonetize you. And all I have to do is, back in the day, I didn't know no better. You know, I was cussing like crazy. And nowadays, I don't curse as much on stream, and I try to limit the cursing. Back in the day, it was hella cursing, and when none of it bleeped out, the YouTube don't mind moderate profanity. But when you got 20 people on a call, and you're not the only one cursing, it doubles up the profanity in a video. So if it's just me on a video, it ain't gonna, even if I'm cursing, every now and then it won't add up to a lot. But you start putting a lot of ghetto folks on, it adds up. There's more mouths with curse words coming out of them.
This is a mutiny. Make no mistake about it. That's the significance of it. Trump lost on this one.
Yes, he did, and you should ask yourself why. Because if Donald Trump doesn't even want to listen to his own people, why would the people still...
And I'm not gonna lie, this dude right here, I love this guy's accent. This is a nigga that I would like to be my therapist. What the hell were you thinking, Sanchez? I mean, what the fuck? I mean, come on, you're better than this, man. I mean, come on. I mean, come on, dude. You said, man, I mean, what the fuck? Are you fucking stupid, man? I mean, goddamn it, man. He was a good motivator, wouldn't he? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Like, this bro got a good therapist accent, real talk.
Every single member, they all got together. 2 weeks ago, they could barely come to an agreement to let the planes fly during Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Somebody said, you got to figure out a way to be you, fuck monetization. Let me tell you something, sir. I can be me without cursing that much, sir, okay? That's a dumb way of thinking, sir. Let me tell you something. I used to be a security guard, and I used to make chump change. And I used to be in violent altercations, dealing with drunk people, getting cursed out every day. I never want to go back to security. You hear me, nigga? And let me tell you something. I couldn't curse when I did security. My boss, my company wouldn't let me use profanity. So if YouTube is telling me you can curse, my nigga, but you just can't curse that much, and I'm my own boss, and I don't gotta do security, shit me, I'ma follow them guidelines. Make sure y'all hit that super chat, support the show for you, boy. I definitely appreciate you guys. We reading all donations.
And now every single member, Republican and Democrat, House and Senate, has come together and agreed we want the Epstein files against the wishes of the president. This is a coup. This is a mutiny. Make no mistake about it. That's the significance of it. Trump lost on this one.
Yes, he did. And you should ask yourself why. Because if Donald Trump doesn't even want to listen to his own people, why would the people still listen to Donald Trump? And also another question. Do you actually believe if these files are going to be released, that these files are authentic, that they didn't script them, that they didn't remove all the important names? I don't even trust these files anymore at this point. It took so long, and this is also why I'm so disappointed in Donald Trump's scene. Because he literally said that there were no files first, then he tried to cover this up for like almost 1 year. I don't trust this guy anymore, and it just turns out that he is such a liar. And probably people, they will hate me for saying this, because I know there's many people watching.
This is a real genuine guy. I just found his channel. His name is Purge Viral. Now listen, I know y'all feel some kind of way about Fuentes, but please put that aside, okay? We know he's a white nationalist. All right. You don't gotta like him. You just gotta hear the facts. Just ignore the person. Hear what he's saying about Trump. It's important because when you have guys like Nick Fuentes speaking out like this about Trump, it's definitely over for Trump, my nigga. That's right. When you got Nick Fuentes not backing you as a white nationalist, you're cooked. And there's several others, my guy. It's only a dumb, stupid black conservatives that still support Trump. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. It proves something I've been saying. The white people that support Trump, they genuinely thought that Trump was going to make America whatever their definition of great was. Now, you may disagree with these white folks who supported Trump because they wanted it great again, and you know what great mean. But I respect them white folks. Let me tell y'all something. I respect white Trump supporters who turned their back on Trump more than any black conservative. Them white folks can come eat at my house. Them black conservatives better stay off my damn yard. You're fake as hell, and we can't trust you. This what it lets me know. It let me know that the white folks who supported Trump, they wasn't part of no idolatry. They was in it for what you gonna do for us, not cause they just sucking Trump off. I like that. And it lets me know that the black folks who support Trump, they didn't have a daddy in their life. Don't you find it crazy that most of Trump's supporters that's still clinging on to him like a goddamn leech are black? They black. You would think it'll be these white nationalists that's still standing by Trump. Even Candace Owens left him alone. At this point, if you still standing by that PDF file, I think you're a PDF file, nigga. That's right. You desperate, broken, need of dada in your damn life ass niggas. When you got the man closest people turning on him. Black men are in fucking embarrassment.
Who are very...
Not all the conservative ass niggas. I'm still standing by Trump. It's a slander campaign, and Trump was gonna leak it first. Like, what excuse you gonna say for this nigga? But Trump said he was gonna put the files out. Did you see what's in the files? It don't matter who put them out by now. And he showed taking hell along. Fuck what he said. We looking at what niggas doing. And if you watch how Trump moving, it's very suspicious, my nigga. And I ain't the only one saying it. Nick Fuentes saying it. All these white boys saying it who really was diehard behind Trump. Nick helped the man get in office.
Fanatics Trump supporters, but I should ask yourself, or you should ask yourself this question as
niggas ought to be ashamed of theyself.
well. Do you still want to support a guy who actually lies straight into your face, who is literally like maybe took place in one of the most disgusting files in the human history, who was befriended with Jeffrey Epstein? Maybe he did similar things like him. Do you actually want to support a guy like that? I can't do this any longer, and this is
because you know why you can't do it, my brother? Because you're a real man. See, this white boy right here, he can come up to me and be like, Sanchez, I want America for white people. And I still will be more cooler with him than a black conservative still supporting Trump. Right. I'd rather be around these niggas. And I know they ain't fucking with me, but I know what I'm dealing with. I know that I'm gonna debate this guy. We'll have our differences, but I know me and this man ain't gonna support the PDF file. We got kids and we men. We got standards and see, at this point, I don't care if a nigga is a white nationalist. I care if he stand up for morals and shit. Like, think about this. I know there are gonna be some white nationalists and some black nationalists. But you know what I hate more than anything? Idolaters. Idolatry ass motherfuckers. They just get behind a person because it's trendy. They don't even care if that person don't do shit for them. They're simply following that person to be part of their image, to garner the money from the following that person got. Like, they want a certain audience. Now, everyone know that the conservatives donate a lot. You know, you can really get rich on YouTube with a big conservative base. I will tell you that. You know what I'm saying? You can get the bag. And a lot of these niggas is selling black guys. They're so die-hard Trump because it's their only gateway into conservatism. Hear me out. Nick Fuentes is a conservative. What's his name? Andrew Tate, conservative, right? Here go the thing, though. Most black guys can't enter the white conservative audience through a guy like Nick Fuentes, through like the real elite white nationalists. Trump is their gateway in, y'all. Because Trump is so black man friendly. Trump basically opened up the gateway for the black people to come niggerize the white conservative party. And a lot of uppity whites don't like that. Didn't even like Trump for that, how close he is to the Negro. This is why a lot of black conservative men, they gonna stick by Trump because it's like he's their. Without Trump, they look stupid over there on the right. I'ma just be funny. Take Trump out the picture, y'all look like the Klan members for real. See, Trump kind of make it like, okay, I can see black folks being on the far right, because Trump kind of gives it this little. We like Trump. Trump been part of the black community for a while. So it ain't like they're supporting far-right ideologies. It's like, we rocking with Trump, man. That's the kind of energy you get, like, Trump my nigga, you know? It ain't necessarily what he did or didn't do. It's just that we like Trump. That's called idolatry. That's dangerous. People like Nick Fuentes and all of them, they ain't idol worshipers. They'll throw Trump under the bus if he don't do what they said do. This is how white people treat their leaders. Black folks know we just bow down to ours and suck them off for nothing. They can talk to us like crap and we like it even more. Look at how the rappers treat us and talk to us. It's like we love abuse. A shout out to Mawa, Make America Wait Again, Duke of Memphis. Shout out to Duke Wayne, my brother Duke of Memphis. Yeah. No, I gotta trigger y'all today, man. At this point, I'm looking at these black conservative niggas like, what the fuck, bro? Like, you still support Trump. And I'm like, you niggas threw Diddy under the bus. You niggas threw Cosby under the bus. What is it about Trump, man? What is it about Donald Trump, dog? Well, he can be around Epstein every day doing the bungalows and shit. Don't make me play that video. Drop a one if y'all want the roast. Because I cut the crock pot on and we can get the Trump roast going.
The reason why I don't believe Trump anymore, and he is fully responsible for this himself. He effed it up himself for doing all these things.
And this is a story. This is from The Hill. It says, quote, the Senate agreed by unanimous consent on Tuesday to approve a House-passed bill that will require the Justice Department to release all unclassified records and documents related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, sending the bill to President Trump's desk for a signature.
Bongo hands. I think I may give my channel members an emoji, and it's gonna have the lips with the hands. I need to make a shirt like that, right? Because you don't need his face. You just can have the toupee and the lips and the hands like this on the shirt. That bitch will sail on and then have it orange. Like his skin color will be Syracuse orange. So I gotta go to look up that university up in New York, Syracuse Orangeman, and I gotta see the exact shade of orange that they use at Syracuse Orangeman up there in Syracuse, New York. Oompa Loompa orange.
Senate Democrat leader Chuck Schumer on Tuesday received unanimous consent to approve the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
Shout out to Sally McDermott. Much love, bro. Don't let your foot off they neck till you hear it crack. You got that right.
Upon receipt of the legislation from the
hydrogen. Hydro. Smoking and rolling that hydro. Hydro, what up?
House, only hours after the lower chamber voted 427-1 to approve it. The Democratic leader received approval from all 99 of his colleagues to deem the bill passed as soon as the Senate receives the legislation from the House. Senate aides said they expected that formality to happen either tonight or tomorrow morning. Trump says he will sign the legislation after spending months discrediting it.
I will
a sign that the wave of public support.
The legislation. That's the shit, Trump. I'm gonna tap into Trump vibes. When I get him, it's a wrap.
Support for greater disclosure of what the DOJ collected from its investigations of Epstein had become too strong to oppose in Washington. Speaker Mike Johnson, who voted for the legislation earlier Tuesday,
that smoke that you see is called English lavender.
Tuesday, accused the Democrats of using it to score political points. And get this is the Speaker of the House, urged Senate Republicans to make changes to the bill to, quote, make sure we don't do permanent damage to the political system.
Listen, y'all.
What did he mean by that?
Talk to him, Nick.
So the House of Representatives votes unanimously for the Epstein Transparency Act,
Come on.
It forces the Department of Justice to release all the remaining Epstein records and documents in their custody. And the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, says,
listen,
well, we should consider some amendments and we should restrict the scope of the disclosure. In other words, they want to keep some files hidden. Why? Mike Johnson says, quote,
listen,
to make sure we don't do permanent damage to the political system.
Oh my God. You know what that means? That it's a lot more creeps than Trump, my nigga. Bro, this rabbit hole finna get deep. This is a good time to be an American, folks. Everybody who voted for Trump said that they wanted the PDF files out of there. They said that they wanted the deep state PDF files out of there. Now, if you find out Trump is one of them, will you still keep that same energy? Was it about justice or idol worship? We finna see who is who now. We about to see who is who now, who fake as hell. These fake conservatives ain't done. If it's about conserving, what are y'all conserving? Because they said we conserving traditional values. Well, Epstein Island is the opposite of conservatism. That is straight up liberal shit. Epstein Island is the epitome of liberalism and far left behavior. We talking PDF file, rain, everything that y'all sell on the far left. And we see Epstein was on the right, and he was Trump's man. All on was together, Diddy too. Why that's hard to keep it real with that? It's easy to see. It's easy to see. Let's pull up the bongo hands. I think they need the bongos, y'all. What you think? Drop bongo. Is it a bongo emoji? YouTube don't got a bongo thing on their thing. Let me see. We need a fucking bongo emoji now. We got to pull up the bongos.
She's one of the president's biggest allies, and even she's had enough.
Why didn't Trump just release these?
Megyn Kelly is calling on Trump once and for all to release the Epstein files.
Just release them. Just release them, right?
The pressure is mounting after that trove of over 20,000 emails and other Epstein documents put Trump's relationship with the convicted sex offender in a new light. Would you like photos of Donald and girls in bikinis in my kitchen? Epstein wrote in this email.
Man, can you get to the bongos? No, I'm just saying, though, bro, we gonna roast him. Like, I don't understand how you can show these guys this right here and they still defend Trump, especially when you see how close him and Epstein was, and then we read the files. Come on, bro.
Close friends, but they had a falling out, and the emails show Epstein calling his former pal borderline insane.
This is crazy. Let's get back to it.
What would be permanently damaging to the political system about releasing all the files? See, they're giving the game away here. And what they're telling us is that at the highest levels, probably people on both sides are implicated in the disclosure. That Jeffrey Epstein, running a trafficking blackmail ring, that's what it is. He worked with fashion and modeling agencies to recruit girls, in particular unmarried girls. He threw lavish parties using billionaire money, maybe from foreign governments, maybe from the MAGA group, a collection of pro-Israel billionaires. And with his lavish parties, his island, his New York City house, and the girls, he brought government officials, Hollywood celebrities, powerful businessmen to these parties, secretly recorded them using cameras and microphones to blackmail them. And then I believe, and it's my understanding, that then he sold the blackmail. He functioned as sort of an intelligence mercenary, working with CIA, working with Israeli military intelligence, working with MI6. And it appeared to form some kind of triangle between the Labour Party in England, the Labour Party in Israel, and the Democratic Party in the United States, but also overlap with all the other political actors in those countries, and forming something like a intelligence mercenary outfit triangulating between these three countries, which is a very conspicuous triangle. And Mike Johnson says we cannot release all the files pertaining to this situation because it might permanently damage the political system. Why? Because it might undermine its legitimacy and credibility. If we found out that the government was being controlled using blackmail and bribery.
And this is the reason why people, they don't trust politics anymore. Because these people on the higher levels, these elite people, they are literally like playing games. And we have no clue about it. They don't even want us to know what's really going on. Maybe our country is being held hostage by another country. We have no idea. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. Because also, why would Donald Trump almost try everything to cover this up, the release of the Epstein files, if he was not in there, right? If you have nothing to hide, you would release it. So, with other words, he didn't want to release these files because I feel like he is probably in these files, or maybe one of his good friends are in these files, maybe there are another like officials from very important allies of us. I don't know, but that they don't want to release these files says it all, right? And then you have Donald Trump, Mr. I'm transparent.
El Payoso, loving the content, bro. Thank you for exposing the parasites. What are your thoughts on the significance and implications of them being the chosen ones of the devil, banned from 109 countries, 1,000 plus times? I'm not sure if I understand you. This is what I'm gonna do though. I'm going to drop the link. I'm gonna drop the link. The chosen ones of the devil. Shout out to El Payoso. El Payoso, hit the link, and if you want to hop on, you don't have to be on cam or nothing, but I probably need you to clarify, or just type it to me again in the chat room and at me real quick. Much love to you.
All the time. You are not, dude. And actually, it's sickening me. All these games that they are playing, you and me, we have to pay so many taxes. We are not allowed to know what is going on, where our tax money is going, what these people are actually doing. Meanwhile, we vote.
Key love, much love to you, my family.
For them, they needed to help us, and they are literally playing games. It's even scary if you think about it, what these people are actually doing. We are not allowed to know these things because they try to cover this up. Why? I have no idea. If you know the answer, please put it in the comments. But what is going on these days, it's actually shocking, and I hope they will release all the files. I don't want to have like a part. I want all the files. And like I said before, I don't even trust these files anymore, but I don't need a part. We want to see all the files.
Because it would undermine confidence in our government, in our democracy. If we learned that our civilian elected leaders were not answering to the will of the people, but were actually being controlled by foreign governments, intel agencies, that our tax money, that our government, our military, our regulations are actually under the control of shadowy forces that are engaged in trafficking and blackmail, working for God only knows who. Why would we want to maintain a political order based on that? That's sort of the whole point. We want this to destroy the political system.
Right.
Were we not clear about that?
That's what the hell I'm talking about, man. You got dudes who on the far right, man, you really got white guys who are saying, fuck the establishment now. You got white nationalists who was just backing Trump. They're now saying, fuck government altogether. That's a beautiful time, because a lot of us been saying that. A lot of us been saying they don't really care about us and all that. We see, what really gets me is that they made Donald Trump the face of anti-establishment when he's the biggest Zionist we've ever had. He's the biggest puppet for Israel we ever had. The biggest puppet for the Tech brothers. Ain't nobody sold out America like Trump, my bro. I'm telling you right now. And this man damn near got us finna be in another Great Depression. And people still praising him. They got to be blind to what the hell happening in America. Does it really look like shit being great again, or is shit getting worse? Let me get it. I know what the Trump supporters gonna say. Sanchez, it got to get worse before it get better. Sanchez, it got to be a storm before the rain come. Just saying, like, a lot of this man key supporters and stuff see what it is, and they like, look, man, the hell with this. Trump was their last shot at trying to participate in politics and the established order and work it out through voting or some president. I believe a lot of white guys now is on some revolutionary shit, like what happened in Finland, like what happened in Britain when America became a country. We at the brink of that. So many people lost hope in the system with Trump. He had a huge cult following, and just to see, and when Candace Owens turned on him, I knew, like, this is real. Like, this man really, I never saw nothing like it in America, where you can have this big following, this deep and loyal of a support system among Americans with red MAGA hats on everywhere. And you get in there and straight up become the biggest puppet for Israel. But again, they're dumb because they should know Trump can't do what he want to do. It took white people this long to realize something we've been realized. They don't really care about us. We learned with Obama. See, let me tell y'all something what y'all ain't thinking about. White people on the far right is having their Obama moment. You see, Obama was supposed to be black people's man. But when Obama got in office, he had this huge black people was all behind him, boy. And soon as he got into office, he did a Donald Trump on us. He started, man, doing everything for everybody else. Trump had the same effect on white guys in America. He's literally like an Obama effect on these white nationalists, the Christian nationalists. And he got in there and did just like Obama, put the yarmulke on and went Zionist. And it's so awesome to see these white guys have their Obama moment, ain't it? And right now is the perfect time for America to revolt, because everyone is at a point now where the system is so at an all-time low as far as people believing in it. It's a circus show, man. This thing about to fall. Where we gonna go after this? Who gonna be president after this? You think people gonna be eager to go to the poll? Like Trump destroying this shit. The what he doing to America, bro, I just don't see it being the same ever after him. I don't even see America's looking at politicians and politics. He was a lot of people's last hope in the political system. See, for black folks, they had that moment with Obama. It took these guys to arrive at somebody like Trump where they think he finna get up in there and do something for white guys. Oh, it's so fucking lovely to see. See, they thought Trump was gonna get up in there and just go in for the Christian white nationalists. They thought Trump was their man. And guess what we found with Obama? The small hats on everybody, buddy. That's right. You ain't got no man. You can't afford one. That's right. Talking about you help put somebody in office. We don't decide who in that seat. If you think lobbying and all that voting and shit is gonna dictate who in that seat, you funny. You know. Because the power to elect the president ain't the power to select a president. Election ain't selection. And I keep telling y'all that. It don't matter who you elect from their selections. Again, if I take 5 of my homeboys and tell you pick one of them, it don't matter which one you pick, they all mine. They all mine. I'm telling you, pick which one of my puppets you want me to put on my hand. Which puppet you want to put on my hand this time. That's what a president is, the same hand. The same hand that was in Obama's ass is in Trump's ass. I'm glad y'all can see that now.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point, by the way, of the Trump movement. The political system is not working for the people. The political system is not answerable or accountable to the people because the political system is corrupt. And at these bottlenecks, this is where intelligence, mercenaries, foreign governments, money is exercising undue influence in a way that is concealed from the public for an agenda that we don't know about and maybe we don't even understand. Our sovereignty, our freedom, our liberty, our independence has been stolen from us by this system. Why would we want to maintain?
And I wondered that Nick Fuentes just find that out. Because again, we been knew this, bro. See, Tupac was trying to tell y'all this in the 90s about Donald Trump. That's right! Drop a 1 if you know your history. Drop a 1 right now if you know the interview I'm talking about. Tupac was, everything Nick Fuentes saying, Tupac was saying this same shit in the 90s and they was targeting him for it. So I'm rocking with Nick, but I'm not finna give him full credit for these talking points, my nigga. They're not his. That's right! We're not gonna give him and act like this his stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Maintain the system. That's the goal. The system is corrupt. The system has to be destroyed. That's the whole point, is to undermine its credibility, undermine its legitimacy, so that it can be overthrown and replaced. And we're not calling for a violent revolution. We have elections in this country. That's what elections are for.
And that's why I don't rock with Nick right there. I want to stop it right there because the thing is like, y'all talking about a revolution at the fucking ballot box is fucking crazy work. Isn't that right, y'all? Right. Isn't that right? Think about this, right? Your revolt for you voting one dude in the office that failed you is to head back to the ballot box to vote for another guy. And again, you think he's not gonna be controlled by the Zionists? Again, you think he's not gonna be controlled by Israel? Nick Fuentes is
stupid.
Think about a casino. You go to the casino. Everybody hyping up this one slot machine. Sanchez, if you put your money in that one, you gonna hit. Everybody hit the jackpot with that slot machine, Sanchez. And I see everybody putting their money in that thing. And we all put our money in that shit. We spin the wheel. We all lose. Everybody get mad because the casino hyped up that slot machine and nobody hit. Now, instead of us revolting on a casino because they got shiesty practices, meaning this is a systematic problem, this coming from the casino. Instead of us doing that, we blame the slot machine. And we say, you know what? Let's try a different slot machine, man. The casino lying. The casino lied to us. They said this slot machine got a good payout rate But I think they lying, and it must be another slot machine. Let's try that one. Think about that. That's called a revolution to them, trying another one. Maybe when I put my money in that one, I'll hit the jackpot. You got gambling problems, son. I've said this plenty of times that people who can't stop voting, if you study their psychology, they're like people who can't stop gambling. They keep losing, but they think if I just pick the right slot machine, I'm gonna hit that jackpot. And that's what they think. I'm gonna go back to the ballot box. If I just pick the right president, he gonna pay out. But the casino own all the slot machines, and they got all programmed the same way. That's all I'm saying, my nigga. The casino can't stay in business if all of y'all keep hitting jackpots. I live in Vegas. I know what I'm talking about. I pick up on parallels, man. Y'all got a gambling habit. You need help, Fuentes. All of you voting ass motherfuckers that's been voting for years and you can't stop, you need to cut you a damn addict. Stop gambling, man. Quit gambling. You ain't never gonna pick the right puppet that's gonna do what you want him to do. Cause it's a puppet and it ain't your hand up his ass. It's somebody else's hand. Quit telling yourself, if I pick the right puppet, that puppet gonna do what I want him to do if you ain't the one with the hand up that puppet's ass. You a fool. Let's go.
We have a constitution. And if we have free speech, if we have our First Amendment, if we're able to access the public square on social media, then the will of the people should overpower the money. In this case, if we find out who was on the island, we're going to vote to replace everybody that was complicit in it.
This is some childish fairy tale shit. If we find out who was on the island, we're gonna go to that little bitty box and we're gonna put our little bitty pieces of paper in it and say, take that. I'm gonna vote you out. I'm gonna vote one for you. My pen, is your pen working? Gotta vote for him. He pissed me off. Oh, I'm gonna vote him out. You might as well believe in Santa Claus, nigga. This is a revolution. I'm gonna walk down to that little bitty box. I'm gonna put my paper in this box. Can I borrow your pen? Yeah. I'm gonna vote him out. He made me, I'm gonna vote you out, sir. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Tell you what I'll do if you make me mad. Oh, okay, I'll vote. You take that. Why do we, y'all really think voting is revolutionary?
Stupid.
Oh my God. Damn, this is crazy.
And that might give you some hope that we can peacefully replace the political system. That's the whole point. Johnson says we can't give away the whole game because then it might undermine the political system. Why? Because you're all guilty? Is that it? Because it's all true? Because you're all guilty and you know that if we saw all the Epstein files, nobody would pay their taxes, nobody would vote, because why would you? What would be the point? You're paying parking tickets while they're being blackmailed for. You're paying taxes. You're forking over 25% every year. 3 months out of the year, you're working for the government, and that money is being controlled by people that were on the island?
Okay, I'm getting tired of Nick Fuentes. Let's see what this guy got to say. We just stand in the loop, and we're going to see what. At the same time, we got the link posted for any MAGA people that want to jump. Okay, we got El Payoso on. Get El Payoso on here. We got a caller coming.
Last night, Donald Trump sealed his fate. By signing the release of the Epstein files, Donald Trump did something he has never done in his...
I can hear you. Thank you for joining. Thank you, El Payoso.
Thank you for being you always, brother. I just wanted to get your perspective because you've already gone deep into Saturn worship and the false god of the Abrahamic religion. I just want to know your perspective. I'm curious about the implications and significance of the small hats being the chosen ones of this false god, the supremacy aspect, the ethnic possible bloodline. I just want to know your perspective, that's all.
Yes. People ain't gonna like my perspective, but I'm gonna say it. I think that the small hats are non-humans. I think they are a type of people that's called mankind, and I think that they can trace back to what we call the pre-Adamic people. And this may sound crazy too, but if you let me just give you some visuals real quick, if you don't mind. Watch this. Give you some visuals. So I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Like, when I see the people that run the world, bro, run everything, it reminds me of those people that wear all black in the Matrix. Real talk, like the agents and shit. And think about this, right? In the Matrix, you got these dudes with they got the black suits on everywhere they go. Oh, I'm not screen sharing with you, am I? Oh, let me screen share.
Nah, I'm missing out. Okay, thank you.
Let me get you on. There we go. Look at here. And this is what I truly believe. I believe that the small hats are these people with the black suits on. And look at them. Tell me they don't look like the people. And if you think about the guardians of, like, in the Matrix, that would be these people. They're behind the scenes, controlling everything. They live among us, but they still invisible. You know, they're right here. They right there, but they ain't there.
The mocking demons of illusion. I
Yeah.
resonate completely with that. Yeah, brother. I'm mind blown. A beautiful syncretism. Yeah.
And on some crazy shit, bro, you never see no women. Like, just like the Matrix movie, it's a crowd of men and all black, and they there to keep the world fiat system, the money, the Matrix going. What we call the Matrix is the illusion world. That's the fiat government, the world religions that got us divided, the fucking capitalistic system, the voting system. They own the Democrats, Republicans. They keep us divided and conquered. Like, when you understand what these people do, it is the same thing that these people do in the Matrix. They perpetuate who you think the world leaders are getting their orders from in the Matrix movie? Because let's just go back to the Matrix movie, right? Neo was living in his world. He had a president, a nation, all that. But some was off to him. And then when he made it out the Matrix, it ain't like he really left the world. He was still in the world, but he was in another layer of time and space in the Trinity. Same world, but he's outside of the veil, the illusion. He can see the real world. He can see the real power behind the puppets on the world stage. So Neo wasn't going to fight against presidents and world leaders. He was going directly to target these guys. And when you target these guys, that's when you see who really in charge, because that's when you get censored. That's when you lose your job in this Matrix. That's when you get outed out of the system of capitalism. And that's kind of like what happened with Neo. He got outed. You kicked out of this thing. And some people want to go back in. They say, no, give me my life back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know, I'm sorry. I'll shut up. You know, some people do that. You feel me? Shout out to Corilla.
Go for the meeting.
I'm sorry, Corilla. Could you unmute you? Okay. Here. Okay, cool. We got Corilla up out of there. Got you. Because we don't want no trolls. But
Brother,
yeah.
this is really deep. I just want to share something that you sparked. I want to know your perspective, if you can expand, if you get where I'm coming from. Like, the light is now being The light is shining on the darkness, so we're becoming conscious of the unconscious. These are basically the shadow is manifest now. It's in humanity's face, and because of this, everything is amplified. Does that make sense? Because our attention, there's no hiding, there's no denying it anymore. You know, it just keeps getting more obvious, clearer for us. I mean, yeah, I just wanted to share it. Yeah.
No problem. Is there, and I'm gonna play some more. I'm gonna play the video.
Entire political career, and that is admit defeat. Admit defeat to Thomas Massey.
So I don't know what's gonna happen. I think all of this stuff is by design. Me personally, I think even this Epstein, this Bill Clinton shit, I think all of this by design, bro. They're prepping us for something, and it ain't good, bro. And I just don't see where America can go out to Trump, because we've come to a place now where I don't see who you can put in that seat that they could say, well, now we can trust him now. Like, that's crazy. It should be to where everyone see this whole system is just falling out. Hey, Street Media TV salutes to the OG George Macon, man.
What's going on, bro? After you play that, I came up to get at you a little bit. I want you to pick my brain on the subject.
Okay.
A little bit. I'm gonna throw in little arrows, man. I want you to pick my brain.
All right.
All right.
Well, I ain't gonna play this yet, so you can go ahead. I'll put.
All right. We had sort of like a conversation like this on the phone about a month ago, but when you show like Agent Smith and them, and and like the people that run this situation, I know you don't believe in like the extraterrestrials and aliens and stuff like that. I do, right? So like we differ in that area. But let me ask you this question: do you believe that us as human beings, we were genetically modified from something? The entities that's controlling us, right? They got these people that we think is people that's not people, that's running around here that look like us, but they run around here controlling everything. Do you think that actually human beings are also genetically modified?
Yeah, I think that our bodies have been manipulated in some form, some way. I definitely don't think we're biologically built like, for example, an Olmec or ancient Egyptian or something. I believe if we were to see like one of our ancestors, we will literally see how much we've been robbed and how we've been biologically changed type shit. You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Okay,
I'm saying, go ahead.
No, you feel me though? Like if I was able to put Olmec next to you at your same age and the average human today, you'll be like, damn, what happened to us?
No, and see, I'm with you because, like, when we look at like they give us movies like the Jetsons, and we can see in Egypt 5,000-6,000 years ago on the wall, they was genetically modifying animals, and then you go to the old text, the Sumerian text, they tell you how they was, even in the Bible, they tell you how they was genetically grafting human people and using things. So we know that when it says we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but principalities of powers and wickedness of darkness of the world, we know they're talking about these people, not the actual governments, but the people that actually created and control everything. My stance always was that these people can't be human. Yeah, I mean, they're not human.
They're not.
But then, see, and then my thing is, like, who created them, and I agree with 99.9% of the things that you always teach. I think when we separated is, my stance is something from somewhere else had to create this shit, because it's just like, where does it stop?
I got you. Yeah. So how I approach this is, first I have to realize the Earth. What is the Earth? I don't believe in the Big Bang, evolution, dinosaurs, humans flying on Earth from a rock and coming from a single cell organism, or none of that. I believe that the earth we're in was literally created by ancient advanced technological gurus who found out how to upload their consciousness into earth-like simulations. Me personally, I really believe that the earth we're in right now is a fake digital program, just like the movie The Matrix.
I believe that too. I got you. I'm sorry cutting you off, but we at the in the same place now.
Right, and see, with that belief, then I have to ask myself, if I'm in a computer program, that means ain't no outer space, ain't no aliens. So who is this other group of people in this computer program that ain't like me? Now let me pull this up. If you look at the left, the image on the left, let me share this with my people, because this where it gets deep. This where it gets deep, and I'm gonna show y'all who is who. Even the Bible talk about this. You got man and mankind. You got the Nephilim, or what we call the humanoids, mankind. Let's put this on here. Hold on, everybody. I'm gonna fit this on here for y'all. That looks crazy. Real quick, let me try something. Okay, I think I'll just blow it up like this and do it like this. Bam. All right, George, check me out. Check it out. If we're in a digital program called Earth, some of us are what I call player characters, represented by the example on the right. See, George, what's controlling your body is something called a soul. Your soul is using your body like an avatar so it can have an experience in this digital program called Earth. Let me tell you what your body is to your soul. If I was to make a digital copy of Earth and upload my consciousness into that program, you know what I would have to upload my consciousness into inside the digital program called Earth? An avatar. I would have to let us make man in our image. I would have to build me an avatar inside of the new Earth program, right? And then I will have to upload my consciousness into my avatar in that program, and that's like my digital representation. But that ain't the real me, that's your body. Now, the difference between us and them, they don't have a soul that entered an Earth program. They are just computer, like it's like a video game with the computer. They ain't they're a non-player character. They're not even a human. They're just a fucking algorithm. It ain't even a soul controlling their body. It's just a computer chip that's hooked to the simulation. And that's why history keep repeating itself in this program, because the world leaders keep it resetting that. The chip reset, just like if you make a deep fake and you give it a prompt and it finishes the prompt and it start back at 1 and it keep, or whatever. But
let me ask, is that's why, because I'm with you, and that's why when you read the Bible in Genesis, it says in the beginning was the Word, and the Word became flesh. That's us creating the bodies for the consciousness that we actually create.
And we weren't supposed to do that, George, because it's a scripture that says you shall not make for yourself any graven image or any likeness. Here go the key part, any likeness of anything in heaven, on earth, or above the earth. When the Bible said you can't even make a likeness of nothing, it just condemned deep fake technology. It just condemned even the Egyptians and all them that was making these simulations. It was condemning them.
Right. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like the one thing that we have that's greater than the Matrix and all these simulations and things they show is our imagination. So when we look at this reality, this world, like they give you all this outer space, NASA, our imagination, we in the physical bodies, we use our imagination to manifest our own realities right here. Like these machines that we on now, the clothes we got, the cars we drive, we imagine these things and then we create them. So if I'm looking at me in this physical body with my senses, and I can create outside of this, what else do I create? Am I a conscious? Are we all, me and you talking right now, we a collective consciousness of creation. We just constantly creating, right? But then we come into these bodies of limitation and we get a chance to see the stuff that you teach now. It's like a story being told to me. But I guess the crux of the question is, when we get outside of this, like the consciousness that I'm using to imagine, where did it come from? Like, who gave it to me?
Now, here's the thing, right? So there is no beginning nor ending to the consciousness inside of this little light that we see here. It don't have a beginning or ending, but here go the confusion. Your body had a beginning called a birth, and it's gonna have an ending. And once your immortal soul lands into the body and it fuses itself with your avatar, it basically gets amnesia and forget that it has this whole history of being a god before that. And it don't regain that until it leaves the body. Just like this, George, when you're dreaming, the George Macon I'm talking to now, urban nerds, when you dream and go to these other worlds, you probably other versions of yourself. And then at that particular moment in that dream, you ain't even thinking about who you is in this world. You forgot all about this damn life until you wake up and you're like, oh shit, you know? And so that's kind of like what our soul doing here. Yeah.
You know what that's akin to?
So, brother, sorry to interrupt, but Bro Sanchez, are you saying using the dream analogy as a way of saying we're becoming lucid?
That's what awakening is.
We already are lucid. We've been lucid. We just been dumbed down and conditioned not to use it. So when you don't have practice to something, you're not as strong with it. Because we talked about this on the phone, like the box theory. To me, you know how people write movies and we go watch movies and we're entertained, and they create characters, an image. They create a story. This is like when you said there's no beginning. It's like we're living in a story, living moment by moment in a story that already happened. Like we're physically consciously inside of a story that we actually created and we're living through. And same way we go watch a movie, we're probably watching ourselves in this story now. It's a simulation creation that we actually created. Right. That's why we create movies and stories with our mind, because we are what we're the very thing that we create. The very thing we create in this physical body and this so-called limitation physical reality is what we already did. We're watching a story that's already been told. That's why when you watch Star Wars, they say a long time ago in a place far, far away, and then they give you the whole story when it comes on. They playing with your mind. It's like a storybook.
It's important for I'm gonna say something, I'm gonna pass y'all the mic, and this is like deep. I want y'all to really pay attention, because I found out that humans have been conditioned to see some of the greatest attributes of ourselves as just, it's nothing. Like, watch this, right? What if I told you there was a type of being walking this earth that can't dream? It don't even know what deja vu is. It doesn't have a concept of individuality because it's one in many. It's a hive mind, a network. It's a Borg. And this thing envies your individuality. It envies your ability to imagine, like George was saying. This mind that we got, somebody in our ancient world said a mind is a terrible thing to waste. Because you know what they knew? It's possible that you can lose your mind. What do I think these people are who run this world? I think that when we say people sold their soul to the devil, what we really saying is that they fuse with the beast, which is what the Bible was referring to as AI, right? They became gods, but they was gods on earth. We're gods in heaven. A lot of people be, coming to me and they don't see the fact that we're limited because we're in hell right now, according to our ancestors. This isn't our kingdom. This is Satan's kingdom. So it ain't meant for us to really rule here. That was not our mission to come here. We came here to free souls from a literal, legit matrix. We're like the people on the fucking Trinity ship. We were sent there to get souls that's been stuck here, and some of us got stuck. But I'm telling you, when you move up to the top of power in this world, you're dealing with ancient transhumans. And in my opinion, I I don't really think we're dealing with some sort of like alien species. I think it's a human just like us, but in the ancient world, they chipped up. They got brain computer interfaces. They cheated death, and they're like a poltergeist now, a ghost in a machine. And they condemned, according to a lot of religious texts, these beings, they're condemned here. And
They make movies. They make movies like that. But that's why I attribute it to us manifested into flesh to experience the very thing that we do in our lucid dreaming, in our imagination. We experience it in the senses in these physical bodies. So for me, I feel like this place is only hell until you wake up, until you know who you are. When you wake up and you know who you are, but we manifest into limitation to experience it. But we only stay here for a short time. We come through a womb and then we so-called transition from this place, right? You don't stay here, but it's just like a story being told. But I always say when I'm talking on my channel, like we sit and we imagine 100 times a day. Like literally, you could be sitting somewhere and your girl can call you, and she might have to call you 3 times, Sanchez, before you answer because you daydreaming, right? You in the imaginary world. You're creating in your mind. Now, some things as humans we manifest into this reality, but those other thoughts and dreams, where do they go? I believe we create those other parallel universes that we become those things in other universes that we can't become here. We actually created this whole reality, and we manifested ourselves into it to experience it. We wrote a story, and then now we're playing, and the story is like going to watch a movie. This is what this reality is to me. Like we probably literally eating popcorn, watching ourselves.
Yeah.
There's a story that's already been told.
Yeah, exactly, brother. And that's what Bro Sanchez teaches. That's why the key is it always comes back to bringing it all inside out, because that's where they've inverted us. The mind is the battlefield. They control the information to control our perception. Perception comes from information received, and they put us in this box of limitation, conditioning. We're wearing this body, we're wearing this world, we're wearing this veil. But what we are, our essence, is beyond all of this. It's not just the mind, because when you're observing your thoughts, just to be able to observe a thought automatically means distance. The act of observation, you're not the thought, you're the observer. You know, we're that animating force, the source, and we're connected, and they represent the disconnection. They're not connected to the divine. Yeah, I just wanted to share.
And Sanchez, where you at, Sanchez? Think about this, right? Think about this, Sanchez. They give you right in this time that we in now, in this age that we in, because there was other ages on this planet where the Bible wasn't the biggest thing talked about around the world. They wasn't the one that conquered everything. There's different ages. Yeah, yeah, there's different ages and different times, right? Where they had different people that different entities rule. So in this time that we're living in now, and under this consciousness, they have this thing and they call it the scripture. There's a script, right? They don't even hide it from you. Like you're literally going by a script, and you're being programmed to go by a script until you think outside of the script and you become your own author. Right? They control you through fear, through a whole bunch of different things where we have a lot more power than we have. That's why we lay down and go to sleep. We go into the unseen world. We go into the non-limitation world. And when you go to sleep, that's why I call it the Freddy Krueger effect. They make a movie that if you go to sleep, Freddy there to kill you. And then you die in the physical world. Because in the dream world is outside of the limitation, is outside of this reality. But they got us so, and it messed up. That's why the brother said, do we lucid dream? And I said, no, we do it every day. We just don't realize it. But in the dream world, man, you could be 6'10", you can dunk you can do all kinds of stuff. Then when you come back to the physical world, so it's all part of experience of a story, like a script that we actually wrote to. We created this place to experience it.
Yes, yeah, I love this. The resonance is felt, and basically it comes down to operating inside out. We take back our power, and operating outside in, we're giving away our power. They want the outside to affect our inner. They want us programmed. People's thoughts aren't even their own. Yeah, brother. Don't mind me.
I just want to say one real quick, right? I think everything they doing right now ain't even for us. I think that these things are like vampires. They brumate for a long time, and they wait until the world is conditioned and acceptable to radical technology, and this is when they're able to fuse and merge with that particular generation that's living at that time. These are like vampires. See, let me tell you why I say they're like vampires. These ancient transhumans, once they merged with the machine, they needed an outside power source. See, let me tell you something about you and me. What's powering our body is our own soul. And when your soul leaves your body gonna fall down like a robot without a battery. Now, if you fuse with AI, with the machine, the technology that your soul is fused with needs to be powered. You see what I'm saying? So it's like a vampire cult, to where that's why I was saying, and I'll be putting out my series, what I did on this, because I'll show y'all about the ancient MAGAs like Moses, in which I'm showing you here. See, what the biggest trick in the world is they lied about history. The ancestors had was making quantum computers and all that. They cheated death. They was very advanced. Our ancestors were so advanced, they created Earth-like simulations, and you're in one of them right now. So guess what? A lot of our ancestors in these Earth-like simulations that got some of these souls stuck, the good ancestors was telling us to come back home and to free yourselves and to beware of Satan. Who is Satan? This Pharaoh right here. His name is Aten. He takes other forms and other archetypes. He's the serpent in the Bible, which became Christ lifted up in the wilderness. His teaching was always, I can make you immortal. That's what this God taught. Guess who's teaching that today? Elon Musk. Elon Musk is one of the fewest men on earth that is promising humanity he's gonna make death an option by 2050. In the ancient world, there was only a few men that made that promise, and they bore the same symbol that Elon brought back to the earth today. I don't think Elon is human. I think his name is the word alien, which is this ancient tech god that was able to cheat death, but he condemned souls on the earth at the same time. It's the Yahweh El. We got plenty names, but he's one in many, which is why people get confused with the Elohim, right? Because he's one consciousness. If you get the Neuralink chip, your mind is in a network with Elon. You're in a shared mind. You're a part of the Borg now. Now, people may think I'm reaching, they may think I'm tripping, but I think the end goal to Neuralink and brain-computer interfacing is going to be something so normal in the future that if you don't got a chip in your brain, people going to be looking at you like, bro, you tripping, like you don't got an ID or something. You know, but this is just what I think. And I think that it ain't gonna really cost you much.
Sanchez, you said something powerful.
Yeah.
You said something real powerful, Sanchez, and I gotta add on to it, because when you said Elon Musk was saying that basically he's gonna cheat death and he's gonna do that, when you go to the scripture, when you go in the scriptures and you go in with Christ, when they came in to get him and Peter cut the soldier's ear off and Christ told him to put his sword up, right? Because our whole thing was we're not supposed to fear death because there's no such thing as death.
Yep.
All this is part of the condition. We're supposed to separate from everything because we're supposed to understand that we manifested this reality. The reality is not supposed to be stressing us out or having us in fear, because now it's like we go into a movie. It's like you go to a movie and it's a scary movie. When somebody jump out, jump, but you already know you in a scary movie and it's not real, but they still get an emotion out of you.
Yeah, and you know what?
Go ahead.
This is a fucked up game of tag you're it that's played by some ancient vampires, because They don't have free will. And you know, when I was telling you, like, we got individuality, we can dream and shit. I think, therefore I am. When God said I am that I am is a term for consciousness. That's to say that I'm self-aware. I am this, I am that. Listen, these things don't have a fucking individuality. They are part of a Borg, and like once you get the chip in your head, you lose your individuality. You become one of them. This is what possession was all about, y'all, because this thing will possess you and control your actions like a demon. Once you get, our consciousness can be fused to digital devices. They uploaded a fucking rat's brain into a computer, and his body was laying there, but his consciousness was in the program living out a whole nother alternative reality.
Remember the movie Transcendence? They did it in the movie Transcendence 12 years ago. That movie Transcendence, they did it. They showed us that they already showed us that they showed us that they can do it. But that's why I'm saying they're playing us, because just think about it, Sanchez. You and your girl go to a scary movie. You're watching a script. You know it's not real, but they know that they still can get into your senses and your emotions by this movie because it's so captivating. They can get you to jump and be afraid, right? So that's already the conditioning and controlling. They know this. They're manifesting these realities where you already know going in that it's not real, but you still give it that emotion. That's how they get us here. Are we supposed to separate from this and know that we are the true creators? Nothing's supposed to matter. When we got to a place where nothing mattered, this whole shit will fall, because these are not real people. It's like we in the game with Jumanji. We're playing a fucking video game. These people are doing what they're programmed to do. They're never going to stop. They were programmed to do this. There's no peace in this place. The peace is you waking up and understanding Agent Smith has no power over you. That's where you get the peace. That's the whole gist of when he start beating Agent Smith ass in the damn Matrix. They're not going to never stop. They are part of a program, and they keep doing what they do. Remember in the movie Jumanji when he was talking to him in the car, and the character kept saying the same thing over and over and over again? That's what it is. Yeah. They put the shit in front of your face.
Yep. And I look at this choices. Shit. Go ahead.
I just want to say that there's gonna be sacred choices for humanity to make, just like the pandemic. Now with the Neuralink, it's a test. It's all for you. What are you gonna do? How are you gonna respond? Our responsibility is our responsibility. So is that what it is? That will be maybe put in a situation we'll be separated from the system, society. How do you see all of this? Because I know there's the collective script and the individual, and our choices are portals. Yeah.
No, you saying where do I see what exactly? You say all this, be specific.
With the agendas, Neuralink, and the choices that we are to make. Because you said it will be so normalized, but that doesn't mean that we'll be participating in it.
Yeah, of course the choice is gonna be yours, right? But what I want to show you about these ancient tech gods, this god named Anu, right? Because I'm finna show you about Elon and all them, right? The crazy thing about this shit is this. You see that he got a staff right here with a serpent attached to it. Y'all see that? Now look, here go Moses. Moses got the same staff with the serpent attached to it. And now listen, Moses was in between two pillars of water, and this God is in between the two pillars, the firmament dome, breaking the waters above. Moses was teaching us the secrets of getting to the promised land, which is leaving the earth, because guess what? What Moses was basically telling the people is y'all are in a fucking matrix. Y'all are in a simulation, and your real body is on the other side of this earth. This is what I'm telling everybody listening to me now. This is what y'all look like in heaven right now. You look like a sleeping rat. Like I told you, when that rat went to sleep and he just started dreaming, and his life became the dream and the computer program. That's all of us right now. So listen, when your body lay down and die, the real you gonna wake up on the other side and you gonna realize you was in a digital program. You forgot the moment they fired that bitch up because you became your avatar. We got amnesia, y'all. Our memory of who we are is gonna be instantly come back to us upon death, just like when you get out of a dream, you automatically right.
Hey, look, Sanchez, look, let's turn up a little bit. Because we in 2025. When you look at the movie Demolition Man, that came out in 1993. That was in that the year that they were in that was future was 2032. We're in 2025. Everything that you see that's in that movie, they're implementing right now in front of your face. One thing that Sanchez always tell you guys, and it's something I talk about on my channel, you see Elon Musk, he wants to interface your brain now with computer chips. What they want to do now is commandeer your imagination. They tried that. They gave you the movie The Minority Report. They don't care about your thoughts. They can manipulate your thoughts. They want to see the signals of your imagination because they want to know where it comes from. This old scientists of old said that your imagination is the precursor to life's coming attractions. It can't be tracked. It can't be sourced. These are the things that they wrote about the power of imagination. So the thing is, they want to chip your brain now where they can now control you and just make you just a full-fledged zombie robot. Because the one thing that they haven't controlled is the power of imagination. They control your thoughts, they control your emotions, they control a lot of things that you manifest, and they control your desires. But the power of imagination, of being able to imagine yourself out of this, they want to commandeer that to the point where now you have no control of self anymore. And this is what they want to do. And when you watch the movie Demolition Man, they accomplished that. The people that was underground eating rat burgers, they was the rebels. They was the ones fighting against that. They was the ones that wasn't chipped up. That's why they was eating rat burgers and everything. Go ahead.
You know what's crazy? They said Alton was an alien, and because he was so advanced, and he had godlike abilities, and he had a long head. But they don't see that Moses, Jesus, and all them was part of the cult of Aten. This is so deep because these early Egyptian immortality cults that was going around promising immortality to everyone became the foundation for Abrahamism, the Abrahamic faith, and us believing in the resurrection for immortality. This whole concept of us believing in the resurrection of Christ so that we can achieve immortality, it was a concept of evil, it was a concept of evil tech gods back in the day. And what I'm telling y'all is that what happened was when they was experimenting with this technology, right? Once they got it right and somebody was able to transport their soul out their body into another body and, you know, swap, and they achieved their mortality, the first tech gods that sacrificed themselves, because you got to be a guinea pig like this rat, those were like the ones that were said, look, if you saw that we just resurrected Christ or resurrected Aten. So if you believe in this technology, you know you good. We ain't gonna let you die. Believing in the resurrection, we can achieve immortality. Think about this shit right here because it all makes sense. They said Jesus died and resurrected on a cross, right? And the Neuralink chip looked just like a damn cross. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about. Watch this. My bad. Here we go. This was the symbol of resurrection in ancient Egypt. See, Christianity come from Africa. And what you will find in Africa is that they created symbols that look like the Jesuit cross. I can show you this right now. I'm going to show you the oldest cross in Africa, bro. Watch this. This the oldest cross in Africa, what I'm about to show you. Here you go right here. Can't nobody say Christianity ain't come from Africa. Look right here. You see this? This a African Christ right here. Look at here. But see, when people look at this, they don't get it. This is all a symbol to show you these people would look at here. This right here represents some technology that they had in Africa. And when they say a man died on the cross, death to them wouldn't die what we think of death, bro. It was simply leaving the body, right? It wasn't even a word called death. It was like beaming up, beam me up, Scotty, or, you know, transporting, you know. But you see this look like a cross, going to put the death on the cross, meaning when they put this cross on you, when you carry the cross, you achieve immortality. Why did Jesus carry the cross to achieve immortality? Why do we see all of these pictures of Jesus with a big ass cross on his head? What that mean? Like, watch this. I remember coming up in the church, right? I used to see these all the time. You see that big cross behind Jesus' head. Let me see if I can find it. I forgot. But, you know, here it is right here. This one here. This one here. You'd be like, why Christ got this big old, you know, and it's right at his pineal gland is where the cross would intersect. And you realize, okay, this is some kind of technology, just like the Holy Grail. You say, why Jesus wearing that cup on his head? Well, it means immortality, right? So they want us to believe in fairy tales so they can hide ancient technology. But we smarter than that over here. But this is something that I'm saying about Elon. Everything that's happening in government right now, I think it's a script that AI writing out, and that the people on stage got the chip in their head, and that AI exercising its will through everyone it possessed. These are ancient people that, yeah.
And Sanchez tell them, because remember, those technological guys, when you analyze the spiritual books from the Bhagavad Gita to the ancient books of the Native Americans to the Quran, the Bible, they didn't operate in human time. They didn't operate in time. That's why Christ can die and resurrect, and they give you all these stories of flying carpets, and they can do all these different things in these books these ancient books they got. Osiris can die, and they put his body back together, and all these. They didn't operate in the time that we operate in. Like they got us caught in this reality of time continuum. They operate outside of that. They operate outside of it. That's why they're able to do all these so-called God things or supernatural things, because they got us living in time, in limitation, in the so-called time continuum. Really, time really don't exist, but it exists in this reality.
Guys, I want to share a quick experience. I once took psychedelic LSD, okay, years ago, and so it lasts for 12 hours. There's 6 hours is the peak, and the rest of the 6 hours is the come down. During the come down, I saw a clip. My friend showed me a clip of Arab royals gathering, okay? And then I'm still tripping, right? And all of a sudden I realized that this is working like the They Live glasses, where I'm able to see reality with some filters removed. So I'm seeing the royals, but so physically they're human, but spiritually there's something else. Like there's something really possessing them. That's where the reptilian stuff comes in. I don't know, the reptilian brain. Yeah.
They're the same people you saw on them walls in Egypt when they showed them big people sitting in them chairs. They're the same. Those same entities that's been controlling shit. When you go around the world, they depict you. They show you them so-called gods. They them same people, man. They the same people in power. And since break down shape shifting, man. How they do this shit, man.
Brother, the chats are saying no sound, so I can hear you, but I don't know. I'm looking at the chats.
My bad, y'all. I was saying all that and I was muted, man. So the panel may have to throw me a lifeline.
Oh, we
This
heard
will
you. We
run.
heard you. We heard
Yeah,
everything
but
you said. I heard everything you said.
I know y'all did, but they didn't out there because I was only audible to the Zoom call. I had my OBS muted. But
Hey, help me out with this then. Help me out with this. Because we're not Christians. We don't follow the Bible verbatim, but we use it as a reference, right? When we look at Satan and how they explain Satan, how Satan hated God's creation, right? And you attribute that to AI. So when we syncretize this to AI, would there would have been a fight amongst the AI programming, fighting amongst each other. You had the good ones, you had the bad ones, and when we were genetically modified, this so-called what call Satan in the Bible disliked us, but it's all when we unpack it, it's all AI. It's all an AI system in place, but they just didn't word it that way in the books during that time. Is that would that be sort of accurate?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what. Yeah, I was just. You gotta let. This is what we gotta do. If someone asks me a question, you gotta let me answer them, and then you go. You understand? So it's just out of respect, just order. But but to the people, I did say a lot of stuff that y'all missed when I was muted, and it's all good though. I'll reiterate back on it throughout the show. Don't worry. But basically, what I was saying was, and George basically asking me the question that's gonna lead me back there anyway. Satan ain't one dude. Satan is one dude and a hive mind of demons, a demon army. And all of Satan's demons is an extension of Satan's mind. Do y'all know how a beehive works? I want to know if y'all know, seriously.
Yes.
All right, so do you know that no bee in the hive have its own mind? It's just the queen using that body as a drone. You know that, King Scorpion?
100%.
And that's what I'm saying about these people. They used to worship bees. Egyptians worshiped the queen bee. The people who was listen. The people who was cheating death and had the immortality systems, their first symbolism was bee symbolism. Because and that's how we even get the term hive mind. So that's what I'm saying about when you look at early Christianity, you see the bees and the beehive and all that. Remember, they said that the earth is what? Yahweh's terrarium. Now chill out a minute. I'm about to show y'all some about Yahweh's terrarium, about the bee symbolism, about the simulation and all that. Guess what? Here go Yahweh's terrarium right here. Look. The earth is a big ass beehive. Look at this. Look at this.
Only when I come online, this happens. Mad.
So we're in a damn beehive, and this beehive is the simulation, what they call the underworld, Yahweh's terrarium, or the demiurge, Aten, the devil. And in this beehive, anybody that merges with the queen, in this case the king, is going. AI is like they call AI a mother, right? So you can use queen because the Vatican and the papacy, the Virgin Mary, basically is like their archetype for AI. Sophia is it in the Gnostic book, but they got a movie called I Am Mother that'll show you this feminine principle behind AI. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, the hive mind is real. We are in a big ass like hive. And the thing is, the queen is recruiting. If you look at all this old symbolism, imagine this. You're a bee in a beehive and you can do what you want to do. But you looking at all these other bees and the queen controlling them. That's the difference between you having a soul versus the worker. Every other bee that ain't got a soul, they just a slave and a worker for the queen, which is Yahweh, the demiurge. and they trying to recruit you into that army. Imagine a zombie army where you just, that's what the hell that what we dealing with when we get to the top of this power structure in the world. And it looks so good. I mean, they're wealthy, they're successful, and then you see that this shit is literally this deep when people think they know, when they be like, oh, they sold. They don't really know what they talking about. If they only knew what this soul selling shit is about, they don't know what their soul is. Your soul is your consciousness right here. How do you sell it? You replace that spot with the black cube. That black cube is a cap. You see the cap that the rabbi got on? It's a little bitty witch hat. These people are the real witches. At some point, we was burning them to the stake. And again,
hey Sanchez, I'm so glad you took the mystery out of the man. What'd you just say, bro? That shit just keep going. My bad, man.
Nah, but I'm just saying, look, when you talk about witches or a witch, the whole thing about the word witch, and I'm not making this up, it's based upon why they was even called a witch. Because when you say which one? Because these witches were a hive mind, and our ancestors was just formulating words to even describe like what the fuck they was dealing with when they understood it. And the word witch is a reason why it sounds like the word witch, because the ability that the witches had, you didn't know which witch, like they was able to, even when you say the word switch, take the S off, they was able to switch bodies. They was this technology that the witches had made you often say, which one am I talking to? Remember the Bible, the book, when they was talking to Legion, and Legion was one man, but he was speaking like many people. So if you dealing with a person like that, when you walk up to him, you got to ask him, like, which one are you? The word witch is going to be used a lot when you dealing with this kind. I hope that makes sense, and it ain't no reach, I'm telling you. Like, there's a reason these words sound the same based upon, even if you look up the etymology of witch, I bet you it'll lead you to that other word, witch. But it won't give you all this information concerning how the two relate. This is where I bring in the rest with my theories.
Yeah, that's making a ton of sense. And what I was trying to say was, I'm glad you took the little bit of spookism out of selling your soul and gave it a theory as to, replacing your soul connection to God with the microchip.
Yeah, that's because I never wanted to look at it like no monsters and some dude sitting at the table with a dragon, and the dragon pull out a contract and say, when you sign right here, I'm going to have your soul in a little jar right here. Like, nah, this shit's deep, because I'm going to show you what soul selling is, because watch this. Remember this movie right here? I think this the movie. Was it Wishmaster or Hellraiser with the dark cube? No, it's Hellraiser.
Yeah.
With that cube. Let me do it. See, this black cube, if y'all kids go back and y'all need to watch all of these shits, because Hellraiser to me when I was a kid, it was just a scary movie with monsters in it. But as I grew up and started getting into esoteric knowledge, this shit became a whole nother thing. See, now I know that this dude right here is representing Saturn, the pinhead of what the papacy called the man of sin. I'll show him to you. Watch this.
Man, I used to be so scared of that movie, dog. I gotta watch it again because I ain't watched it in 30 years.
Okay, so all right, I'm gonna have to pull this up on my own pictures, but it's cool. Let me see if this get it. I can't find it right now. Google been hitting me up with the algorithm. I'm giving too much game out. They had to switch that shit up on me. But the man of sin image, let me go and get it from my files real quick. Hold on. Damn. Let me see. This one, okay, so yeah, I'm gonna have to find this on my side. I ain't gonna worry about it now. That's crazy.
I do have a question though. When I got on the Zoom, I was about 56 minutes back, and I just want to know how you got to what we're talking about now for the past hour from what the title was. Like, what brought about talking about this type of information as opposed to the title?
Because we got on Elon, we had got on to
The Matrix.
yeah, I know how to answer for myself, bro. But yeah, I'm no offense, respectfully though, you know, just to. But what we had got on was all of this shit that's happening in the world is still a stage, and these people is puppets. And what I was saying was, even with Trump, we can make fun of him and all that, but it's still scripted, and it's part of a script. They knew they was gonna have that. They knew years ago, okay, and at this point, we gonna bring out the Trump files, and even Trump knew it. It's part of the play on the world stage. That's what I'm saying. I had to be clear with that. So I ain't trying to be a dick, y'all. I'm just, you know, respect. It's very professional for the show when you watch it back. Salutes to everybody. The floor is open now. See, when I'm done, nobody talk. When somebody asks me something, people want to talk for me.
Thank you for that, though, because I wanted to be on like the same plane as where y'all were discussing this information. So thank you for that.
No doubt.
Sanchez.
But we can skip back to the political aspect if y'all want to. I ain't controlling what y'all do, but yeah, go ahead, brother. Y'all got it. Salutes to the panel.
I just wanted to ask you about your perspective about how it's all a mirror at the same time, and you also teach that Saturn is us, like we're the Lord of the Rings, the ripple effect, the center, the source. So can you sync that with what's happening as well?
Sync what exactly? My bad. Here's what I was looking for.
The inner perspective of us being the Lord of the Rings, the ripple effect, the center.
So the word center, if you rearrange it, you can get Saturn. Center is Santa, like Santa Claus. So yeah, what's at the center is this right. Like you see this cup on top of their head. That's how Santa Claus get his hat. Santa is Satan, and Satan is a technological guru that created some technology that made himself God. But at the same time, you being in this simulation, you're Santa or Satan too, because at the middle of the earth, guess what? You got a Neuralink chip on. I keep telling y'all, at the middle of the earth, all of us look like this right here. This is what we look like. We got, let me show you this image. Can y'all see my screen share? Can y'all see my screen share? Think I'm still sharing. Let me show you something, bro. You see how they got this baby hooked up to all these wires in the Matrix? This is what the man of sin is. When they said we was born into sin, this is what we all look like right here. And that's why Christ was saying you got to be born again. So this is like what the Iron Maiden chamber was about. What they tell you what your blood is. Iron, right? The Iron Maiden is this right here. You ever saw the Iron Maiden chamber? It ain't a torture chamber. It's a Taurus chamber. Let me say this shit again. Y'all ain't hearing me. They heard a lot of shit. Watch this. The Iron Maiden was never a torture chamber. It's like the canoptic jars in Egypt. It was a Taurus chamber. It's a symbolism. If you ask me, I don't think nobody was getting tortured with this shit. I think it was here to teach a lesson, dude. It was there to show you how all of these different points, just like with acupuncture, lead to certain points on the body for healing. and all that, because they are literally aligned to spiritual points. This is the foundation for acupuncture. And it's showing you that these wires are real on the other side, man. What's connecting us into the matrix. These wires that you see hooked to the baby, those are what we're calling chakras while we in the damn simulation. People are saying, well, you know, what are the chakras? These are the plugs to the game, dog. And so this represent, each one is a different behavior of the simulation. Your sex organ, your hunger for your stomach, your appetite. This is connecting your soul to the simulation and how Saturn rule over us with his color-coded system. Each one of these chakras, Saturn know how to play with your hunger, your sex drive. These are wheels or buttons he can press to make your puppet do what he want to do and keep you here, which is the whole concept of overcoming temptation, rising above the simulation, rising above the so-called not being secular or worldly and all that stuff. So guess what? That would be like this baby unplugging himself. You'll be, think about it. There's a plug for your stomach, a plug for your sex drive, and you got to literally be like a monk and master yourself and unplug all of your energy to where, okay, I can enjoy this stuff, but I'm so disciplined, you can lock me in a room or on an island for 10 years and it won't even hurt me. I'll still be at mental peace if you took every luxury away from me. If you took every good thing that this simulation had to offer me, like the dude that was sitting at that table eating a steak, right? He still had some things he wanted to experience in the simulation. But what a monk is doing, they're practicing detachment. And guess what? The ancestors were saying, all of us ain't gonna become a monk in our first lifetime. These monks that we see, I think that they've reincarnated a couple of times and reached that point, nigga, because to me, that's hella discipline, what they doing. And then you can probably chunk it up to they born in a better environment where it's least temptations too, because we constantly bogarted with temptations and, you know, just shallow shit all the time in our world. But my whole thing is the ancestors were saying this baby gonna sleep a while before he move around and, you know, work these wires up off them and unplug. Everybody gonna unplug over time, you know.
Hey,
but
Sanchez.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, you got it.
Yeah, let me throw this on the table then. Let's put on our tinfoil hats for a minute. Let's go into the movie Predator. Yeah, let's syncretize the movie into us, actual human beings, or these entities that roll, because we know they put things in cinematic form. So let's not look at it like it's the movie. But in the story, they genetically modified these monsters and put them on different planets, and then went to the planets to fight them or to challenge them, right? So now when I'm looking at that, and I'm looking at the so-called the predators, and I'm looking at these two people fighting each other, right? Could it be that we actually in ancient times genetically modified or created these machines that overtook us, and at some point
exactly what, yeah.
Right, and I'm looking at that like the Predator movie, all these movies, like we this mainframe at some point overtook us, and we've been at battle with this machine the whole time. And I'm looking when I look at the movie, I see them. They created these entities and they go to battle with them, right? And I know it's not a movie, but they give it to you in a movie, but it's telling a story. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, y'all.
And that's all I'm saying though, is like people don't. Oh no, my bad. Go ahead. I'm gonna let other folks go in. But no, hell no, man. Go ahead, bro. I'm cool. And shout out to the panel.
Shout out to the panel. Shout out to you, bro, Sanchez, Street Media TV. I'll be checking you out too, man. Let me break down. I think it was El Payaso Ali who asked the question about Saturn, right? So basically what we're dealing with when we're looking at the real world society, and we talk about Freemasonry and things of that nature, we're dealing with a Saturnian cult. The Saturnian cult, the original name for Israel, is Isis, Ra, Isis, which is the goddess of fertility, Ra, which is the sun god, and El, which is Saturn, right? So basically, when we talk about the seven chakras, we're also talking about the seven planets, which are the seven stages of Earth. And when you start looking at scriptures, you start talking about the seven levels of hell, because basically in the ancient times, they only had knowledge of seven planets, which, you know, that goes all the way to Saturn. Saturn, basically, all the planets were named after the days of the month. I mean, days of the week. And the seventh day, which is the Sabbath day, Saturday, Saturn's day, Sunday, which is Sun's day. You see what I'm saying? So all throughout the week, there's a different thing that we involuntarily worship. You see what I'm saying? What's the word I'm looking for here? But when you're dealing with the events that we see, especially when it comes to like political and astronomical events, you ever notice like the month of October is Scorpio? Well, when you look at the Bible, and you look at the story of Jesus and the crucifixion was actually Scorpio represents Judas, or you know, the crucifixion. But when you know, when Judas was given the kiss of death, basically when a scorpion bites you in the ancient times, it looked like lips. You see what I'm saying? Saturn, or what we would call the day that Jesus had died, that's when I think it's the 23rd, the sun glows below the level of that it normally does, and then it rises back up, and then it passes over the equator on Easter or Ishtar. So all of it tells a story.
Hey, these are facts. And I want to just give a shout out to, everything you said, Rick. I'm hip to it, and that's just big facts. And shout out to you, Life and AI, Yo Sanchez, what you think about the movie They Live. That's an old classic. We'll talk about it. We're going to talk about it in a minute. Shout out to Goonho. Shout out to, who else I miss? I see y'all. I appreciate it. Leonard Robinson, thank you for the support, man. He said, salutes, bro Sanchez. Thank you for what you do. Mobile, Alabama in the house. Salutes to my peoples. Shout out to Isaac Frimpong. Love you too, Isaac. And man, that's everybody. Love y'all, man. Let's keep this thing going. Peace and love. But you know, Earth is Saturn. Earth is Saturn, man. Like we see here. When people used to say, well, Saturn used to be in the middle of the universe. And if you look at the god Saturn, it's literally a dude in the middle of the universe. You know what I'm saying? And I show people that, and even the people that say Saturn used to be in the middle of the universe will debate me. But if you look at this, that's the god Saturn in the middle of the universe, but what he was representing was that every single one of us is in the middle of the universe. What does this mean? The real you, your God body, is at the North Pole hooked up to a damn tower, sleep. And when you wake up out of this damn simulation, it's gonna be like the Day Clone Tyrone movie when people was waking up, and I'm telling you, this shit is crazy in the little room with they clones. So our ancestors let me tell y'all some crazy shit. It's two things you need to think about. The ancestors learned how to time travel, and they learned how to copy consciousness. Who's to say that the ancients didn't go into the future and brought all of it and cloned us? So put it this way. Let's say ancient people started time traveling, creating digital simulations, creating deep fakes of other people, and they started creating clones of future children when they went into the future. So they basically connected the past, present, and future type shit. They blurred the lines just like the lines are blurred between life and death. That's the same thing as saying the lines are blurred between time, because that means your grandmother can still be living forever and your son gonna live on. And at that point, what the hell is time? It's just blurred now, you see.
What did Reese do with Terminator? Remember? What did he do? He went into the future to do what? Remember? And the Terminator came to the future to stop him from completing his mission. He put it all in the movies. It's like it's all right there. But you said something that really made me think. You got me on my nerve shit right now. When you said that we're probably in the North Pole connected to some machines. Think about this. Remember when Demolition Man, when they had them in rust stasis and they went in, they had all those bodies inside those, they had all those bodies hooked up. They wasn't dead, but they was all hooked up. And they show you all this kind of stuff. I mean, like, a lot of times when you be going in, you be saying some jewels, and I'll be just like, damn, no, they show you this shit in the movie.
Yeah.
So sometimes I'll be wanting to jump in, but you be flowing.
It's all good.
Sanchez. Hey, Sanchez, do you mean hold on. Do you mean cloning? What do you mean by cloning? Do you mean in the sense of like our cloning or in a way of copying? Because I think that clones that we make now don't have souls.
Okay, but thank you for allowing me to explain. When I say clone, I'm not talking about a physical, stanky flesh dude walking around. I'm talking about a digital copy in a fake world. So there are many parallel realities, right? Y'all hear me? It's many parallel realities. You exist in all of them, right? And what I'm saying is that right now, you can't stop me. I can go in my house. If I'm a tech guru, I can create a fucking digital Earth-like simulation in my house. It can be one of 200. I can make a bunch of them. I can say, you know what? In this particular Earth, I'm gonna put Bro Sanchez in it. He this dude that I met, on YouTube. I like his personality. I'm gonna create a new simulation with him in it. But I'm gonna make him the mayor of New York or some shit and see what happens. It'll be like you playing a deep fake game. It's a simulation. Hey, let me run a simulation with Trump as president or boom, boom, boom. Like my whole thing is, what if you were able to upload in that version of you that exists in that digital reality? That's what I mean. That's what I'm about to land. I'm about to land. And that's what I mean by clone. Because what I'm saying about the soul that's in your body, that would be the more realer, authentic you than your body. So your body is essentially a clone of your soul if you want to look at the concept of copying consciousness in layers, because you ain't your body, just like you wouldn't be your clone. So what I was saying is that the ancestors basically saw our bodies like a deep fake of the soul, which is what I've been trying to share with people.
But that's why we create movies and shows. The scripts that we go watch is part of the actual simulation that we live in. We create that to entertain ourselves with. The actual movie is a script. You go and watch the movies and you're entertained by that. Right. And it's creating another reality in your consciousness and your mind for entertainment. But the reason why you can actually create that script, because you are part of that which is already created. And you create this now to entertain you, but it's bigger than that. That's why they give you movies. But the movie is simulation in your mind. Like we got to look at, that's a small simulation on a scale to entertain you. But why do we have the ability to create those things and understand what a simulation is? They playing with you.
So I can see it. I can describe it like and thank you for breaking that down, Bro Sanchez, man. That was
appreciate you.
This is actually like super, super deep to me right now. And I don't know how deep it is to anybody else. This is like almost like the holy grail of reality itself. But I see it as like we're in a simulation within a simulation within a simulation. If there are all these layers of reality.
That's exactly what it is.
Or like a dream within a dream, so to speak, till we get back to like the base reality.
This entire script changed, because of this movie we're in. Because I'm online, this wasn't originally about this, but this is the very first time I've ever been online. I'm from the UK. No one doesn't know me. I've never done this before. Yo, Sanchez, you're the boss. I've been watching you for so many years. I
appreciate that,
I'm from
man.
London, England.
Much love.
Right.
That's what's up, man.
Something is happening right now. I'm so desperate to come and talk, but I'm not even allowed to talk about this. I want to cry. Sanchez even mentioned the beef for the first time. I've been watching him in how many years, and I can't even talk about it. this happened. Look, did you remember this the other day? You done this. You remember you did this the other day? You were shouting about the egg and that. Yeah, look what it says at the bottom. Yeah, it says keep your mouth shut. I asked if I could email you. I'm not allowed to talk, but I have one question because of the AI, and then you lot can get back on script, yeah? Because what I found is so deep that anyway, let me shut up and just ask. Flat Earth. I believe in flat Earth. Yeah, the Earth. I believe that. Yeah, I'm a flat earther. Yeah, but I can't talk my truth because I had this battle last night with AI. Yeah, like, and AI. I'm understanding it. I know exactly who it is. Yeah, but the thing is, I asked it. Let me just tell you what it told me. The star system. I know you don't really watch the stars. I'm King Scorpion, yeah. Phoenix Rising, Death and Rebirth, all of that, yeah. But the star system doesn't work on the flat Earth model. And I'm stuck now because I've got it all, but I need some help for me to get to my next stage.
The
I
star
want to probably
system?
no, I'm talking about like, okay, so
Okay.
down under, yeah, we see this the northern star, yeah, the one star right at the top. That's the star that we see. Everything circles around that. We know that, but I didn't think about underneath. They don't see that. They follow the cross. They follow. It's called the force cross. Oh, sugar. They follow the force cross. Can you
You're
help
talking
me?
about the Southern Cross.
The Southern Crux, right?
Yeah, please. What's because I still see the picture and I understand everything, but I'm not allowed to talk. Yeah, that's why I've been on there so quiet. King's, you had one of my people on here that started this little script rotation. Yeah, she's the one who we share the same surname. Yeah, the same like Mr. the other guy. Yeah,
Why
but
you
I'm
keep
not gonna
saying script?
because you're all talking about we're in a movie, and I'm telling you that we're in a movie. We are in a movie. We're everything. When you interrupt the script, things happen. Yeah, but
I
what?
understand what he's trying to say. I understand what he's trying to say.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, yeah,
Yeah,
I
I'm
only
catching
came.
it, but yeah, you gotta.
Listen, I came on here as soon as I came on. The whole conversation, I was just sitting in the background. I came on, I logged out. I came on, I logged out, and then the whole conversation just shifted from Trump to this like Nick talk, Nick talk, Nick talk, tick, Nick. You've got it all just, and I can't. But I just want to find one thing, yeah, and I'll let you lot get back to whether you stay off script or you go back on script. I just wanted to understand this one thing now that is just really it just touched me and it's messed me up. Yeah, because I went to bed last night thinking like, right, you know what, the earth might actually be round. Yeah, like okay, so look, picture.
Because of one thing
This
against a bunch of proof that you can't
I
prove.
mean, I'm waiting on him to let me answer, and I'm just waiting on him.
different parts of the earth you can't catch these stars. If you're standing in the south you can't see the north stars. If you're standing in the north you can't see the south stars. On the flat earth it looks like all right, they're showing friggin' this, yeah, and then they're showing like how the distance is like
What do you want to ask, brother? Because you know the show.
the
I mean,
stars.
you got to
You
go
don't have to
ahead
do
and
it
you
now.
got to get to the
Sorry, you
question
don't
at
have to
this
do
point.
it. You don't have to do it now, but if you can figure out
I got you,
why
bro. I got you, bro. Go ahead
do
and
a
ask your
video,
question.
I'll come back. Like I know
No,
you're the
no,
man.
no. I'm gonna do a video on this
You're the
because I already recorded a video called 360 verse 365 where I'm gonna explain why the Zodiac wheel don't even make sense on the globe.
No, it
They
does.
take,
It does. It does.
hey,
Listen,
bro, you're gonna
listen.
this is what I'm gonna tell you, brother. When I'm talking, and not to be disrespectful, when I'm talking, be quiet. You saw how I was when you was talking. The Zodiac wheel does not work on the globe. The Zodiac wheel was the people that made this wheel. They made it to work on an AE map, bro. Let me pull up the AE map for you. We got 24 time zones. Guess what? You know what 24 divided by 360 is, right? You know what that is? excuse me, I said it's 360 divided by 24, my bad. That's gonna give you 15. So let me break some down to you real quick, and everybody pay attention. Why the zodiac wheel don't work on the globe. And I'm gonna take my time, and you're gonna sit there and you're gonna sit back and listen. Everybody in the world used the same zodiac wheel. Now watch this. The AE map has 24 pie slices that we call time zones. You see them? That's the 24 time zones. The sun spends 1 hour in each time zone, giving you 24 hours a day. Now, guess what? Each time zone represents 15 degrees of the 360 circle, not 365 degrees. Can I ask you something real quick? Unmute your mic, King Scorpion.
Yep.
It's a circle 365 degrees or 360?
No, it's all been changed. It's not correct.
Okay, now it's the zodiac was built for, it's a 360-degree wheel. It ain't 365 degrees. The ancestors that made this wheel, they had a 12-month calendar with 30 days each. 12 times 30 is 360. It's perfect fucking math. It's in perfect sync with what the sky doing. You know why the Greeks don't want us to see this perfect math? Because it speaks to divine creation. It speaks to intelligent design. Think about it, right? I got a keyboard on my desk, right? Can't nobody convince a future generation that this is just something that fell out the sky abstractly, because people gonna see perfect 90-degree angles on this machine. Like if I'm swimming under the ocean and I see a rock that's shaped like a perfect cube, guess what I'm gonna say? A human to mess with that. That ain't natural. When I start seeing perfect math and shit. So what I'm saying about the world we live in, it's a very intricate design, technological device, mechanism, like a big divine clock. And see, each of these zodiacs are 12. And how many constellations do we got? We got 12 constellations on the zodiac. Now watch this. Each one of these zodiacs occupy 2 time zones. So how many time zones we got? 24. So if I was to put this zodiac wheel over the AE map, each triangle that you see, each constellation on Earth will be covering 2 time zones, and that's what's happening when you walk outside. Now, guess what? This math won't even work with spherical geometry and the globe math, bro. You can't even have a grid point coordinate system on the globe because you can't use degrees on globe math. You got to use radians.
Wow, that's the best argument I've heard so far.
Bro, you are cooking.
No, I wasn't actually saying that. I understand all of that because there's actually 13 sides, but let's not get into that. What I was asking is how they follow the stars. How like when you're here, when you're in the north, you see.
If you're talking about the Coriolis effect, that's bullshit, brother. Okay,
is it? That's what I'm saying. Tell me, because
but people who flush their toilet in the other hemiplane of the earth, right?
Yeah.
It don't rotate the opposite way, bro. That's bananas. Hurricanes don't swing the other way. Tornadoes, that's bullcrap. People have debunked that though. It's dudes down there that's got vortex going different ways. So it's really crazy. People still use that. They think that a sniper that's shooting a gun above the equator, when they go below the equator, they gotta adjust their shot now for the Coriolis effect. Snipers don't do that.
Bro,
they shoot the same everywhere. Yeah,
there's a ridiculous amount of proof of how we live on a level plane. We cannot use, even if what you're saying is true, bro. Even if what you're saying is true, which it is not, the sky does not prove the ground.
Right. But I'll oblige them though, even though you're right. But I'll still oblige them about the sky because
I felt he was coming with smoke too when he took too long to ask the question, and he tried to act like it's not smoke.
No, because AI lies. That's what I'm trying to get to. AI.
Listen, King Scorpion, if you know AI lies, why did you show up trying to debate me with ChatGPT?
No. It's not. That's 100%, and that's why I'd never really even jump on it. I'll just listen. Yeah, but what I wanted is just some help. Yeah, I understand now.
Go research. You know that the people that made the Zodiac wheel were flat earthers, right? You know that, right?
Yes, exactly, and that's the only way it can work. But what messed me up, is that they're saying that when you're
hold on, wait, stop, slow down a minute.
Sorry.
When you say this the only thing that work, and you say some mess you up with they say he say, I'ma just do something real quick. Hold on, I'm just gonna say, bro, we can't really help you because either you're gonna go with what you know work and the only thing that work, or you're gonna go with what they say, she say, she say. See, I don't care what nobody say once I know this can't work no other way. This the only thing that can work. You think anyone can say anything to make me say 2 + 2 ain't 4?
You can trick AI because I got AI to say that.
No, this ain't even about AI.
No.
Guess what though? You ain't tricking AI, bro. That's what I'm telling you is that AI is going to respond to you from what perspective you program into it is not a trick. I can tell AI right now, give me your best globe earth argument for the earth spinning and give me your best flat earth argument. And I can make AI have a flat earth, globe earth debate against itself. I didn't trick it. You getting your money's worth, man. Congratulations. You know how to work ChatGPT.
Bro said he went to bed thinking the earth was round.
Come on, bro.
I didn't. I was trying to see how they're trying to pull the wool over our eyes with that. But anyway, that doesn't even matter. At least, you know what? At least I know I'm trying to find my tribe, innit? Yeah, and at least I know.
I got number love for you, though. But yeah, I got smoke for you, too, though.
Go for it. I shouldn't be here, but go for it.
No, I'm gonna let you land your plane. I'm gonna let y'all.
I got a question for you,
bro. Sanchez, you're sharing ancient cosmology and you're reflecting the sacred geometry. You're syncing it, and you're showing how it reflects in the micro and the macro. It's inside out again. So that's the beauty of what you do. You're proving it. There's a resonance. The soul is the inner eye that sees, that can connect, that can sing.
You know, the ancestors had a perfect 360 math with our calendar and all that, 12 months, 30 days each. The 365 is why we got leap year, because that shit ain't synced right. The sky ain't it ain't synced with what the calendar's showing. Your date showing one day, the sky ain't perfectly. So that's what I'm saying. They have to sync. Link year is to make up because it'll get out of sync if they don't have that little leap year. I know you didn't ask me about that. I forgot to say that the last time about why this wouldn't work on the globe. But I ain't gonna talk about it no more because I got a whole series of videos coming out. It's called 360 versus 365.
I wanted to ask you something, Brother Sanchez. And it just came to me on this conversation. I don't know how to put it out there. So we were talking about the Southern Crux, right? And Dr. I'm going to call him the late Dr. Jordan Maxwell. He told me something, but I wish I could have followed up with him before he passed for clarity on this one. He said that the United States of America, the concept of the United States of America was a concept that started in India, right? And I'm looking at the events of the United States of America from the Revolutionary War up until the American Civil War. And do you know what the whole thing, the Southern states, the symbol of the Southern states for the Civil War was the Southern Cross.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at the cosmos, what's below what's below the equator when you start talking about the cosmos? The Southern Cross. So I'm kind of wondering if a lot of this stuff is symbology being mixed in with what we're being told in our conscious lives of political reasoning.
Well, me personally, right? I believe that the Confederate flag, even though if it may have a connection to the Southern Cross, I'm not going to say, definitely not going to say, you know, that's not so. But what I'll say is I definitely believe that it links back to Mount Meru and the 4 continents around the North Pole that's separated by them 4 rivers. And here go a Vatican version of it. That, like I said, like the 4-leaf clover, all of that shit. But I do think that, yeah, man, that the Confederate flag, I'm about to pull it up too. Let me pull this up for y'all. Oh, man. That Confederate flag, they trying to ban it. You know, they be loving to ban and get rid of all of the stuff that's like
I used to fly it on my backdrop just to get the conversation started. And trust and believe, a lot of conversations got started on that flag.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
How y'all doing there? This here's Mega Man. Everybody all right?
Yo, yo, yo.
Yeah, we all right.
Who the hell said that?
What he's saying there about that.
I found it. Yeah, go ahead.
About
you got
that
it.
Southern crux in the South. Well, the Mason-Dixon line pretty much put that in order. So yes, you are right about that in the symbolic ways that things are moving even now. That's why I come online. I wasn't going to talk here before, but I think I just say a few things here, just not to rustle any feathers or anything like that.
Nice.
Well, what the thing? Oh yeah, go ahead.
You guys went far, way farther deeper than because you guys are really, I think you guys are the gods, and we're not, because there's no way our preacher or anybody else would even say or teach any of this here. This has to be, I know it's the coming of something here, and I just listened, and I think you guys should be commended on what you're doing here. But I do want to say this here. This country, we've all fallen for this here okie doke here. None of us are happy with this guy Trump. Now that's the truth. I don't know what the outcome's going to be, but a few of us are here, and we're going to make sure that this don't happen again. And we're extremely upset about it, and I can see you guys are also upset, and maybe in some kind of way, and under God's green earth, we might be able to come to our senses and do something about all this. And that's all I want to say. And
yes, sir, man. Hey, bro, I hear you loud and clear, man. We all got a common enemy, is what you're saying. And hey, bro, I appreciate what you just said, man. And we are talking about some really, really, really deep stuff. And bro, Sanchez, sometimes I don't think you realize how deeply impactful this information is, because you talk about it so often and so fluently.
We got a common enemy now. Did we have one? Did we have a common enemy 5 years ago?
We've always had a common enemy, but everybody didn't figure it out. Everybody's slowly figuring it out.
No, what I'm saying is I hear you saying it. They wasn't saying that. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, they saying it now.
Speaking of that, you know they got the blue hat. They went from
America first.
America first. Yeah, it used to be the red hat MAGA. Now it's a bright blue hat America first, but it's the same people though.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm cool. I'm cool. You need more time. We ain't friends. Y'all ain't been trying to be our friends for so long. Now it's we supposed to just be cool.
I disagree.
I kind of was like, that's kind of dope at first, but then I had to step back because I was like, you know, yeah, it's another damn agenda. I ain't with the politics shit.
Ain't falling for that bullshit. You gotta it take time. You gotta prove yourself. You can't just come and say we got the. Nah, I'm cool. I ain't falling for that.
But
what happened to the Purple Revolution, man? What happened to that?
Facts.
And the crazy part about all of this is that after the death of Charlie Kirk, and I made that prediction after, you know, because when I heard Charlie Kirk was shot, I couldn't wait to get home to get in front of my camera, turn it on, and just do a stream, right? That's the most money I ever made on YouTube, to be real. But either way, the thing with Charlie Kirk, if you notice, after he passed, everybody's gravitating towards Nick Fuentes and that whole blue hat agenda. And the crazy part is they say that, you know, it's red versus blue. Nick Fuentes is a troll. He's getting everybody back on blue.
Yeah.
Say about, you know what Nick Fuentes say about black people?
What's that?
Y'all hear what Nick
on him.
say about black people and our intelligence and our IQ and we primates? What Nick Fuentes say about us? He ain't our friend.
Yeah,
he's the net
definitely
positive
not.
brother, because there's not many people that are shining lights on Israel and the Jews. That's what people are scared of. So at least there's respect. You have to respect at least that the information is coming out. You don't have to trust in him, agree with him.
Black people been shining light on what the small hat's been doing for years on here. Y'all,
but we can be victims as well.
We've been, me and Sanchez done had videos taken down, demonetized. We've been blowing the whistle on them goddamn small hats and the stuff that they've been doing for years and who they've been funding.
Facts.
I go all the way back to the funder of the American Revolution, Chaim Solomon. That was a Jew. We've been doing this. Y'all didn't care.
Yeah,
Y'all was
respect.
Now all of a sudden, no, hold on, bro. Don't cut me off. Listen. Now all of a sudden, y'all want to call them out. Y'all want to act like y'all are friends. When we was asking for help because they was exploiting our community through movies and depictions, y'all didn't care. So no, I ain't going for that. We ain't allies. Y'all not our friends.
I told you what did I let me tell you something. Listen, bro. And now listen, let me say something about this. I ain't gonna lie. I feel the OG. I gotta ride with the OG. But I ain't gonna lie. I want the shit to work out because look, it's a pipe dream though. But it's like when we had a wake-up call with Obama. I said it earlier. Black folks thought Obama was going to get in there and do what they wanted him to do, and he did everything for the small hats. The Christian nationalists thought Trump was going to get in there and do everything for them, and he did the same thing Obama did to blacks, and they got the same wake-up call, and now they react in the same way. Yeah.
Now they want to unify. No, y'all. It takes time. Y'all gotta prove yourself. You can't just come over here all of a sudden. Because when Sanchez and me and all of us was getting channels taken down, getting flagged for exposing the CEOs of these banks and everything else, man, y'all wasn't with us. Y'all wasn't coming to us.
Brother, I'm like, check out my channel. I have creations. I've been in this as well. I got censored on Twitter. You don't know my story. You can't judge, assume. I'm just saying we can't be victims. You still have to take responsibility for every single thing in this reality. That's operating inside out. I'm just saying don't be victims. Take what's useful, discard the rest. Take what resonates.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but you know, we was being victimized for years, and it went on deaf ears. So I'm all for people getting a wake up call, but I'm just saying you can't just come knock on my door after all these years and just like, yo, we should unify. No, man, you've been my adversary for so long. You got to it take time. You got to prove yourself. That's all I'm saying. I'm watching everything with both eyes open. Because we've been over here trying to blow the whistle on stuff.
You know what?
It's like it's almost like Trump didn't cater to us ruling over Negroes. He gave all his energy to Zion. So now we want to get with the Negroes against Trump. And that's kind of, I think it got to be some reconciliation. Because remember, we your second picking. Because that's how it's looked at. That's how I see that thing, what Nick Fuentes is doing, because it's like they thought Trump was going to, quote unquote, make America great again. We know what that means. He was doing his ICE. He was doing all his, shit to act like he's, doing something for white folks with the ICE and all that. They was loving that. But ultimately, it was like the platinum plan. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, it was like because Trump didn't do nothing but mess with the immigrants, and black folks was clapping for that, and then the white folks was clapping for the ICE shit, and they ain't like he still ain't do nothing for y'all but just pick on a person you hate.
Well, let's hold on, George and Sanchez. Let me put it like this. It's like, they didn't care when it was us being affected by it, but now that they are getting affected by it too, they care now, because our common enemy right now don't give a fuck about none of us.
But
at some point we all do got to come together against y'all know who.
Bro, they ain't with the common enemy.
But while we was trying to warn everybody, but this is my issue. And this is the problem with black people. The same love and protection and forgiveness we give to everybody else. Can we start doing that with each other? Can we start first with ourselves, each other first? I ain't got no forgiveness for them yet. So we start forgiving each other first. We got to do it in-house.
We got a bunch of traitors within our own stuff, man. Who we got to forgive? What you talking about?
I got a quick question. I got a quick statement here, and as somebody who actually leans right.
Cut right off. Let me finish my point. What I'm saying is, when the other groups come into our spaces, we start making excuses for certain things. And all I'm saying is, me and Sanchez has been in these spaces for a very long time. And when we was blowing the whistle on certain things, I didn't have people coming to my space and saying, "Oh, well, we unified, we on the same thing." No, when I don't support Black Lives Matter, but these same people that saying we should be unified, they was the ones with the All Lives Matter shirts on. They were the ones supporting MAGA. So all I'm saying, I'm gonna land here.
Let
me land first.
Because that's a good ass point. Yeah.
Let me land. All I'm saying is, I get it where we going, where the world is going, and we do need to be unified. But before I unify with my open enemy for so long, they have to prove themselves. You can't just come to my house and say, now because it's hitting you the way we've been trying to warn you, saying we unified. I stand by that.
Hey, bro.
And let me say one thing, y'all. I swear to just be a one-liner. Keep this in mind. I think America, despite what it looked like, is still at a good place now that both sides finally can admit they don't really care about us. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I agree, but while we waiting to come together, the folks that's coming against us got deadlines and dates and plans. So we got to figure it out somehow.
Let me.
That's the only way. How can we still be dividing ourselves? That's what they want.
Yeah, I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I'm not with the division at all, man. It's like it's time to do it.
All right. So basically, here's what I'm going to say. First of all, when someone says we can't be victims, nobody steps up and what's the word I'm looking for? Rebel if something wasn't done to them first. So when someone says don't be a victim, that is a slap in the face, first of all, because nobody just gets up and starts rebelling or actually complaining or doing anything about anything until a wrong was done first. Secondly, and the second thing, but the second thing I will say is this: what we're looking at right now, in between 2026 and 2028, as I predicted many a times over, where we stand as Black people in America, do you think that the Latino community, once they become the new model minority, that they're going to stop and be like, well, wait a minute, the Black folks still never ate. The Democrats never let us eat. The Republicans never let us eat. But when the Democrats retain power, mark my words, they're going to use all of these ICE raids as a way to say, well, now we got to look out for the Latino community and make them the number one priority, like they've been, pretending to do with Black folks. Do you think the Latino community is going to stop and say, well, the Black folks didn't eat, so we got to bring them up with us? Nobody else done that for us, and that's the thing that we as a people, as Black people, got to do. We got to stay on code, and we got to stop taking everybody else's agenda on whenever we make demands for ourselves.
Facts, bro. Hey, salute. And what I want to say is,
what's up, Keith?
Shout out to my brother, bro. Hey, shout out to George Macon. Shout out to everybody, man. The whole thing is, this was all about us at first. This was about our rights. It was just two sides to the coin. Now they done implemented all these other things. They implemented rainbow. Then they implemented the separation from the white, from the J word. You know what I'm saying? So all these things are getting through in front of us, and then we not even second no more. Now it's pushing us to third place. So when we start talking about being a victim, like the brother said, that's a slap in the face, because now y'all cutting us in the line, bro. We was already in line. So how y'all gonna get in line in front of us and then start?
I don't want to be misunderstood, because you guys are speaking and I'm being misunderstood. I'm coming at it from a soul
you'll be able to
perspective.
respond in just a second.
Yeah, bro. We've been skipped in line. So that's the whole thing. So when I see that we not being served and we steady getting pushed further and further to the back of the line, that's when we need to see that it's a problem. We can't keep letting people cut us in the line, bro, and we not never getting nothing done. All we getting is a promise. And they selling us on a hope and a dream. And now I'll fall back, bro. Go ahead. You want to respond to something I was saying? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, I don't want to be misunderstood because I'm coming at it from a soul perspective. I didn't tie it to race or anything, just to look at everything from a soul perspective. And in that way, you acknowledge, yes, it's a paradox. Okay, we're victims, the system, it's not fair, the conditioning, or whatever, okay? But from the soul perspective, operating inside out is how we take back our power, and it's how we unite within in our source, God, what represents connection. So it's beyond race, it's beyond these identifications. That's my perspective, where I'm coming at it from.
Let me say okay, go ahead, Real Truth. I'll go after you. Salute Ironworks, much love. Appreciate the love, Ironworks.
Salute, Bro Sanchez. Salute, everybody. Yeah, I mean, I'm just say the obvious thing, right? All this shit is really all about us. And we woke up now, and we're supposed to be pushing forward towards holding them accountable, getting our shit back. But they play chess, man. They got all this shit up in here. They got everybody up in here all fucked up. And now everybody's making noise. And at the time when we're supposed to be being the loudest heard, we're the dimmest in the room. Once again, we got to be careful on this divide and conquer. Everybody got their morals and standards, but trust me, this shit is more intertwined than just black and white. Ain't nothing black and white. It's not. So we got to be careful on rejecting people and not wanting to come together because of the same skin tone issue. We got to stay on code.
So I'll say this and I'll pass it to George and I'll be real brief. I don't think people have a problem with uniting. I think we're ignoring the trust issues in America, right? Because I don't blame a person that say, yeah, we have every incentive to unite with each other, but I just don't trust y'all because y'all was just united with them against us. You know what I'm saying? So I get it.
And the Spanish people got used. They got used for their votes, for real.
And we gotta stop telling when we use the word. Like, we gotta stop throwing innuendos as if black people was the ones that created the disunity. No, we didn't. Black people have been trying to unite since our great grandmothers and grandmothers and grandmothers and grandfathers and time. We've been trying to unite and accepting everybody. So if we look at everything with our eyebrows raised, we should. We have every right to. We shouldn't trust nothing. I'm telling you, when you look at these black and brown coalitions, they have these brown coalitions and organizations. They don't do anything to help. They don't ever talk brown and black. That's only us, because a lot of the funding that fund these black organizations come from them small hats and other groups. So they're forced to say the term black and brown. But the brown people, their constituents, they work for their own people. We don't have no friends, man. It's all based. It's all. So all I'm saying is when we say, I'm gonna land right here. All I'm saying is when we talk this unity, I need our people to stop giving us like warning talks like, well, we better unify, because no. We're not the ones. It's not the onus ain't on us. We always tried to unify with everybody. We got a whole history of fighting for everybody. We the only people that fought for everybody to come here, and no other group fought for us. We fought for everybody. The history shows it. So they got to unify with us.
But the juke out of the whole
hold on a second. It'll take 1 second. Let me give a big shout out to our newest member, Nafisa Jackson. Appreciate you for being a member of this channel, my sister. And listen, before I go to anybody, I gotta go to Feezy. Can I get a mic check from you, because the name sound familiar, but I just want to make sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool. We good. Y'all, who was that? Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, the fake out always been the color tone thing. It ain't gonna be easy. That's all I'm saying. We just gotta figure it out, because that definitely ain't it. We got the boule. So you don't know who the hell you are. Although you're saying, oh, listen, it's just like saying, all these are my black brothers. It's gonna be a small group around you that's gonna be able to prove themselves because everybody's so
Who is
scattered
that?
out. Everybody.
Who's that? Hold up. Oh, that's Blair Mike. Go ahead. You got it. I muted it. His background was going.
I mean, but my bottom line is like, shit, I'm right there on George's side, 100%. But I'm just saying, we just gotta watch that shit because it ain't that easy.
I think that it's some shit that's deeper than all of us going on. But at the same time, I can't be mad at nobody that say, okay, because Nick Fuentes is starting a movement where it's like us, the people versus them. Like, think about it. Trump was that at first. People were saying he's the anti-establishment for the people guy. At this point, people trust is like gone, man. So even with the people that was supporting Trump, y'all just can't be rocking with that man all that time. And then when you see he full of shit, something Ben was telling you before you put him in office, you think we supposed to now just hop and get. I don't trust it. I think, because to me, it's like you should have saw come on now, bro. Oh, come on, man. It took for.
It's like a whole new COINTELPRO. It's like, okay, once they figure out this COINTELPRO operation, then let's go to the next one. We know we can just trick them. We know we can just sell them a dream. So it's like the people who we are trying to wake up are getting duped. And they like, oh, well, nah, man, we got to worry about, what's going on the city level. We got to get some judges in here and all that, not knowing that they overhead is what's running everything. So if the puppet master's pulling the strings, and just because he giving you a couple of more games to go play and a couple more prizes to take home, that don't mean that they not expanding the whole agenda. It's just like we got to think about all these agendas, and not to really change the subject, but just to show like how the sinkers go.
And I agree, that if someone gets sucked into it.
You gotta stop cutting people off. Please let me finish. I'm finna stop. I'm finna finish right here. So when they said when they said the real ID, right? Everybody was focused on it's just the real ID. It ain't that bad. It's gonna happen anyway. But then now, soon as we do that, then a year later, they come back with trying to get to the digital ID. So we got to start looking at these traps and snares that's being put in front of us, so we don't keep falling for the next thing. So every time somebody come with something saying they doing something for us without doing something for us, bro, we're not going for that no more. You're gonna have to show us first. And I'll release the mic.
Okay, brother. I just want to
hold on. Salutes to my brother Ironwork, man. Much love to you, Ironwork.
Hey, much love, panel. I appreciate y'all for having me on. You want to know something, man? This is a fire chat tonight. I like this. You know what? People forgot about Louis Farrakhan, whether you agree with him or not, but he's been saying damn near everything that we saying right now for years. And the thing that we've noticed, definitely the thing that I've noticed, and I apologize if I've cut anybody off, okay? But the thing that I've noticed is that every time we say something, nobody want to listen until it starts happening to them. We always tell them ahead of time, hey, look, you're going to want to fix yourself or else. You're going to want to fix yourself or else. Now, earlier, the brother, a couple of y'all mentioned really good points on the synagogue of Satan, right? Louis Farrakhan's been talking about that for years. We've been talking about that for years. One of the things people seem to forget is that they helped establish the NAACP. So we were like doomed from the get-go. You know what I'm saying? As a people, because they always got their hands in some stuff. And this is all done on purpose. Now, as of recent, right, we had that whole thing go down with Kyrie Irving and everything else. You had that thing go down on October 7th where Israel got attacked by, they said Israel got attacked by Hamas, but some of us think it was an inside job. I think it was an inside job. Anyway, but then you had those institutions, right? You had your Harvards, your MIT, your UPenn and all that, University of Pennsylvania and stuff like that. You had those institutions and their leadership come out and say, they said what they said. They were like, yo, we let the kids protest because that's their right to protest. You had that lady, Stefanik, she's now looking at running for governor, right? You had her come out and want to push the leadership of those institutions, say, hey, do you condemn Hamas doing what they did to Israel? And then you had the black president of Harvard come out and say, hey, look, the students are allowed to protest. Now, that was the opportunity for those that are not melanated to come out and say, hey, we defend her stance. Because while that was happening, the whole Kyrie Irving thing, the Kanye West thing, you know, all that was happening where they were calling out the fake Jews, right? Nobody stood up for them. And this is recent. You know what I'm saying? This is recent. Nobody stood up for them dudes. Nobody stood up for that professor, that president at Harvard, Claudine Gay. Nobody stood up for her. Nobody non-melanated stood up for her. It was their same talking points, if you notice. Now that the nonsense is starting to happen to them, now they want to say, oh, we should get together. No kings, this, that, the third. Israel been doing this. You want to know something? This is why. Because them white Jews look just like them. They feel they have some kinship. Because for years, you hear them saying that same nonsense, that same BS. Oh, they're our brothers in Christ. They're this, they're that. And then you try to point to them, hey, look at the Talmud. The Talmud's fooling all of y'all. Everybody know what these folks is up to, but they ignore us because they're comfortable. But now they're uncomfortable. Now they want to do something. Man, it's too late. And I'm going to land my plane with that.
And I don't think it's too late, bro, but you're justified, but I don't think it's too late. At some point, we do got to come together, but before we come together, they got to admit that they was wrong, basically.
That's true.
How they gotta show it. That's how they, but we got it. It ain't too late. We got to come together. Straight up. So you're wrong with that. But they got to come right and say, hey, we was wrong. We was fucked up, but hey, we all getting messed up now. So now it's time to come together. That's how they show. If they don't come with saying what they was doing and stop what they was doing, it ain't all just for small hats. And some of them doing stuff too. They can't act like they was never our enemies. So I feel you on that. So they got to come clean with all their transgressions before we can team up. But they got to
be ready to change. If they're not going to change, it's not worth it. Because I think it's so baked into their system, a lot of them, that they're just not going to change, man. You could just tell, like, once they get comfortable, you almost feel like they're just going to go back to their same bullshit.
Right, right. It's like we come together. Yeah, it's like we come together, and as soon as we take out our common enemy, they're gonna be right back on our ass.
Let's say something that's uncomfortable. Another thing too is a lot of our people are so used to being subordinate to them. When they walk in the room, we start sitting down and letting them take charge.
I was just about to get to that.
We start letting them take charge. So that's what. Hey, let me say this too for a lot of brothers that's coming on when we talking about that protected class. Let's try to, because we don't want to mess with the monetization. So let's try to let's try to say that protected class or that group, because they be over. It's cool. They be messing with the brother channel. So let's just try to.
Esau, that's right. Nah, I was kidding.
Yeah, let's try to mix up. But hey, Sanchez, I'm gonna tell you what we got to do. Sanchez, where you at? Watch this.
I'm right here.
Remember when I talked to you on the phone and I sent you all the 2030 agenda stuff, and I told you what to play? Didn't I tell you that Trump's job was to make America mad to usher in a woman's president? His job on stage left is to expose the white patriarchal male in America. When you read the 2030 agenda, when you read it, it's not me, it's the UN 2030 agenda. It's specifically telling you about an all-inclusive society. All it is a changing of the guard. The people that's been here taking advantage of all the people is a new group coming in to take advantage of all the people. They run the same thing. They just fighting over who gonna control this shit. But in the 2030 agenda, it's all-inclusive society for gays, women coming into power. You got a woman president in Mexico. You got women presidents popping up in different places. They put it in your movies. They reconditioning your mind. Trump's job is to come in and rile up in the script, to rile up white American males to be violent and angry, and everybody's mad at the white man and stuff like that. So now when it's time to vote, they're gonna get all them out of it. It's a script. And it's all in. If you go look at the Great Reset and the principles that they got set for the Great Reset by 2030, 2035, you read the 2030 agenda, the UN Global 2030 agenda, you see the whole agenda is in full effect. But we got to read that thing so we can look at it point for point and then syncretize it to what's going on outside, and you see it play out. There's a whole system in place, but right now I'm landing here. Right now, the white patriarchal male is being exposed on stage left. That's all it is.
I just want to say this, and I'm gonna get out of here, Sanchez. Salutes to all of y'all, you OG Key. But let's just say we was to come together. I guarantee. I ain't trying to start no division, but I just wanted to say who would be in charge, because then I guarantee, like Sanchez said, or one of y'all said, soon as they come in the room, people get subordinate, and I feel like
what, man?
And
I'm gonna say something real quick that I just think it's gonna be the cold truth. If you ever seen the movie Mad Max, that's what happened in this country if shit hit the fan, because people will form their own little groups and little fortified areas with their little resources and self-sustainable communities, and it'll just go back to some tribalism shit. Because the reason I say that, coming together sound easy, but this country has taught us stuff about each other and condition us to see each other a certain way for years. It's embedded. Now, that don't mean me, right? But I'm telling you, I'm not a religious believer, but most of the world is. I'm speaking for the majority. In my opinion, most white people in America, in the back of their mind, they've been psychologically conditioned to see, other groups a certain way, and vice versa too now, not just them, because that's part of the divide and conquer. And in my opinion, I think the reason it's hard for us to come together because it's hard for us to empathize with the other one, because our psychological programming, I'll just land there, like these people wasn't caring. The people we trying to come together with, the Nick Fuentes, all them, like he was joking on George Floyd and stuff. So even though we got a common enemy, you just can't unsee that and unknow that. Like it's crazy, like what you're asking, because they was right there with Trump. His agenda is against everybody, but they thought it was just against us. But now they see they included in that too. And it's like, well, fuck Trump. But, if people was saying fuck Trump when you was supporting him, they ain't gonna trust you like that. They gonna be like, man, I don't know because we was telling y'all about this dude before he got in there. So, like you said, Nick Fuentes giving me weird vibes, because all of these people that's like, well, we need to vote for the next person. We need to make sure we vote right the next time. To me, they're subconsciously blaming the voters when it ain't the goddamn voters' problem. Like the thing is, I think it ought to be some kind of perjury if a president promises any group anything and he don't deliver when he get in office. Ain't nothing against that. Now that gotta be some. That's you know what I'm saying. Even in corporate America, that's a law. If my store promising you something and you pay for a ticket and we don't deliver, we have you can deceive voters, but people will keep telling you like we gotta vote for the right person. No, we need to fight for the right system. Cause at this point it ain't even the goddamn votes, it's a flawed system. And so I'll yield it right there, because these people already and then they gonna just lead everybody energy to the next damn puppet. But yeah.
Hey, I just had a funny ass thought, right? The motherfuckers that's been fucking it up coming to us talking about, hey man, we should come together. We should turn around and say, all right, then fix this shit then.
Yeah, the same.
I mean, basically, like we should either look like this. Either we just take a step back and we don't do nothing, and it's just call it truce, and we just gonna step back and watch y'all fix the problem because it's what y'all got the money anyway. Like, fix it then. Stop taking donors. Y'all all white politicians is the ones that's taking donorship anyway from the lobbyists. So stop that, and then we'd be good.
It's not really fixing the problem because they selling us.
It's fixing that problem.
Yeah, well, they selling us.
I ain't trusting nobody that was just in MAGA with that red hat on. Because I can't do it, man. And just because Trump turned on y'all, I'm so glad it happened, though.
And it ain't like we ever. It's not even like it's us versus. First of all, let's clarify something. It was never us versus them. It was always leave us alone. So it ain't like we need to come together. It's just like y'all need to stop what y'all was doing. We ain't got to do nothing.
Well, that changed, but you got to think about it. You got to think about it.
We was never doing nothing against them, so it was never a versus. It was never a versus thing.
I got to ask you something. I got to ask you a question. So what you think about the people who helping these people push their agenda? It is a lot of people saying, leave us alone. You know, that's what being conscious was all about. We always knew the establishment wasn't for us, but somehow our pie started getting slices cut out of it, to where people was making up these certain sects and groups that saying we need to support the system because the system's going to do something for us that never actually happened. So we're being sold on a whole nother system of faith without works, and we all know faith without works is dead.
You know what's so crazy, Key? I'm gonna tell you what I heard, man. I heard a lot of people say we gotta get Trump in office because he's a businessman. He know money. And what they don't know is that if you get a businessman in office, then he gonna do business with the people with the deepest pockets, and that ain't the people. So think about it. You talking about a businessman is good. Now when he get in there and start literally, you see what I'm saying? My thing is he acted just like a businessman. That's capitalism.
And you know what, bro, him being a businessman was exactly what he is. We can look at the biggest gun. We can look at this from all the moves he making, robbing Peter to pay Paul, to say, oh, I made money or I saved money. You just taking away from one thing to give it to the next. You playing games with us. So those people who pushing him and behind him, they really against us too. That's why I said, you know, we mental slaves now. People looking at, oh, I ain't no slave because I ain't got no chain on. I ain't on no plantation. It's a chain on your brain, bro. If you steady sitting up here with this white mind, you know what I'm saying? When you know you for the people, then you confused with yourself. So like I wanted to say to the brother earlier who was talking about getting together, it's bigger than me. It's not about me. It's bigger than me. When I think about me, I got to think about the people. You know what I'm saying? So that's what should be in the front of everything, not these ideas, because that's just another something that's just going to lead us off the course. Like I said, we've been getting put to the back of the line and we were supposed to be next. But we keep saying, okay, you got another idea. Okay, well, I'll let this person cut in front of me because I trust your process. We got to stop trying to trust this process and say, when is our process going to be due? When we going to get due process?
Can I jump in? I just want to say this.
Sure, yeah.
Because I want to tell black people too, man. What the brother was just saying is, I'm piggybacking right off of what he was saying, because for the last 60 years, we gave our unwavering support to the Democrats too, and and a lot of black people. And I had this conversation with my wife's mom. Like they start painting this picture, good versus evil. Y'all see that online, as if the Democrats ain't racist either. Like, neither one of these groups have been for us. One group call you an N-word to your face. The other group set up programs to keep you dependent upon government, right? Where you don't redevelop yourself with a lot of broken promises. So the Democrats ain't our friends. Republicans ain't our friends. And then everybody. But see, one thing that we did in this country that every other group, every ethnic group knows what we've been through. When we fought for everybody and got change made and got policies on the books. So they know. So whenever something go wrong to them, they always run to black people. And we so used to taking care of everybody because Big Mama did it. So we got to look at the history of America, look at our history and how other groups have benefited. When you look at our story and all the executive orders that's put on the books, on the federal books, when these immigrants and these other groups come here and benefit, that's because our people fought for everybody. The other groups haven't fought for everybody. Only us. We're the only exclusive group in this country that fought for everybody, that everybody benefits from. So both of these parties have been a colossal failure to Black people. So for me, it's not that when I hear the term unify, I'm not saying it from an ignorant perspective. I'm saying it from an educated perspective of studying my people's history and story. We don't have no friends. Everybody sticks their hand in our window and steal our food. So, like the guy said, it's time we shut the window, man. Like, no, like we looking at everything with an eyebrow, and we looking at you like, well, we tried to warn you. You got to lay in that shit on your own now.
Yep.
Yeah, this DX, y'all. How y'all doing? This brother DX, man. Peace and love to everyone.
Okay, just gonna read.
I just adding on to the cipher a little bit, man. I've been tuning in for a long time, man. This brothers is so powerful. Listen, if like the other time we was online, we was speaking about the brother Julian and his inventions with the plastiline. Then we was building on industry, talking about like the hemp and some other things. Now we looking up and they trying to like ban hemp in so many states. Like I'm in Georgia and they like trying to ban it all of a sudden.
You
And
gotta be bullshitting me, man.
Bro, it's all over the news. It's everywhere, yo. They trying to like
oh man,
the
you gotta
industry.
Be fucking playing.
Bruh, this is real. What we doing in your
are they trying to ban it or regulate it? Because like growing marijuana, like itself, which originates from the hemp plant, is legal everywhere.
It should be. Cannabis should be classified as a medicinal herb with elderberry, echinacea, burdock, all the rest of those. You know what I mean? But they know that it's opening up the pineal gland. They know it's got all the qualities for survival in every aspect. You don't go to no doctor on cannabis. There's no such thing. It's just for pain, sleep. It increases the melatonin. You have an endocannabinoid system in the body. Like all these things regulate where they get nanotechnology from cannabis. Because the plant has 150 different cannabinoids in it, not just THC, not just CBD, it's CBG, CBN, the Delta 9s, the Delta 8s, it's a whole stream of medicinal aspects in the plant that work with the body. So by them attacking the farmers and different things like that, now the plants and our way of taking care of ourselves and not having to worry about it either. Like I said, our only issue is food, bro. We got clothes, we got shelter.
And
food is our only.
Bro, if that is true, if that is true about the hemp, it's more than just the medicinal profits. You make way more money off the industrial profits of hemp because it can be in clothing. It got hempcrete, which you can make buildings out of and things like that. It goes pretty deep. So if that's true, I'm gonna look it up. That
But
they trying to do that
rope industry,
some kind
the
of
Navy, yeah, they're not to cut your wisdom, God. Listen, the industry
go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
now, the military has like almost $1 billion contract for hemp rope is for the Navy because it's better than using those chains and things. It's lighter, it's durable, and when it get wet, it's more strength. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a whole principle behind us in civilization that we had these hemp farms and was trading hemp and even building our castles and things with hemp. A lot of these mounds and things was built with hemp, and the pyramids over here that they blew up with cannons was all with hemp, man. Queen Khalifa in California. This is war against nature. You understand? This is the whole system behind the Avatar, with the way they destroying nature, like the things that we connect back to with the shrooms or the natural ways of going into nature, connecting with the neural net of nature, and not this neural link that they put up a fake nature. And see, when Brother Sanchez talking about these portals and these dimensions, some of them are actually tangible, some of them are not, right? So what they trying to do is get us to go deeper into a non-tangible, but these are tangible. Like the moon actually has effect on things. You can move and touch the object physically, or you can look at it and touch it in another way. but you
Hey,
still
bro.
have a tangible asset. Just like when you go into certain states, they know if they put the neural link and get everybody in AI, then what they do? What is AI? AI is going to take all of your creativity, your thoughts, your information, and throw it right back at you and treat you like you're the pawn rather than you being the architect. Even being the king is an insult. We the architect. The moon is a perfect circle. Y'all getting this information like the sun is a perfect circle. Like that don't happen in nature. Y'all seeing the earth how it is and what it look like. When the model
Yeah.
come, then everybody gonna know. Sanchez, when you had a dream, when you wake up, bro, you need to sketch that shit. Cause I got the sketches. I'm gonna send them to you. You'll see it too. You gonna see the shit. And everybody gonna see it. Once everybody seeing the same thing now. And it's okay. It don't matter about what color they is, what race, what they been through. It's a new energy. So everybody must go through the same cocoon. It's just a matter of whether you're gonna come out as a moth or a butterfly or a gnat or whatever the fuck you is. That's what you're gonna be. It don't matter. You still gotta go through the same shit.
Hey, but I want to shift a little bit to the poll question, man. I ain't hit y'all with it. I hit them with it, but you know, I was basically saying, have y'all been hearing the defense of anything with Trump with this stuff? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of defense with Trump, man. You know, I heard some defense that say that there was a girl the girl that he's supposed to spend hours with. They're saying that she retracted her story, but then she ended up unalived or whatever. So I think it's a whole coincidence with that.
They said, you know, the conservatives are now defending Epstein. I saw a couple of them videos too. They are doing that now, but that's what I was saying. Like, this man still got diehard supporters, and at this point, it's really looking crazy for. And since we on the race thing, what my thing is, it's looking crazy for black men to be conservative, any party, but conservatives at this point, because really when you got like the far right white guys saying we can't be with you on this with Trump, like, you know, that's crazy.
Right. Yeah, because they saying too, they saying, well, it wasn't Bubba ain't Bill Clinton. Bubba was a horse. And I said, man, either way he fucked. You know what I'm saying? If it was
This
a
is
horse.
crazy, bro. You fucking oh, come on, man.
Hey, Sanchez, what did they reveal?
Listen,
what was
guys.
revealed, Sanchez? What was revealed?
Listen, guys. Sanchez, do you or do you not have the list?
The list?
Yeah, there's the
No, that was a fucking perfect ass question. The fuck, Sanchez got the fucking list. Fuck that. Everybody, motherfucker on the planet. Sanchez got the goddamn list. No,
no, I don't got no list. But I tell you what, though.
no, he ain't got no list. Listen, I want to
you
say
don't have
this.
the list.
He ain't got no
you
list.
ain't check your emails.
That shit will get some shit fucked up. Listen to me. The bottom line. Listen,
how would I have? Now crazy.
Yeah, no,
I was confused.
No, fuck that. No.
Because fellas, listen, y'all. Listen, fellas.
That Ep list.
Fellas, listen. Listen, real close. If you had the list, there would be no need for us to even be having these conversations, because if the all of the players in the game, all of the players in the game, bruh, there's no one left but us. The brothers on this phone,
Sanchez was
like
saying.
the intelligence.
Sanchez has been saying
when it comes
that shit
to
for years.
Bro,
that's the mark of the beast. That's the mark of the beast.
Ain't nobody left. Ain't nobody left with intelligence to do anything but the ones that's on this line.
Yeah, bro, because they've been using those people who in positions of power, like, you know, as far as the industry go, I know a lot of people in the industry, bro. And I know when a dude retract from what I know his passion is, I know it was a reason for that. I'm just the same. You know what I'm saying? So these people have been using things, and we got to think about the type of people we talking about. We talking about the same people who want to make food fake. You know what I'm saying? The people who want to make the air fake, the water fake, and we thinking like, man, they supposed to be humans like us, or we think we humans, or maybe they the humans, and maybe we not. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? But everything's backwards with these people. I like what you were saying at first, because you were saying this is natural life versus unnatural life. This is what's
That's
taking
exactly
place.
what it is, bro.
That's exactly what's taking place. So we got
The soul
people
beings
who
versus the non-soul beings, and that's that. You know, the ones that
Hey, you
the
gotta let
of
him
us,
finish his
you
point. You
know,
cut
the
him
ones that
off.
don't have a soul, they have mastered trapping souls. They soul trappers. They master that, and you can go into the esoteric aspect of it, which Sanchez does a very excellent job. But I think the reality of this being actually, like, somebody the goat and made of the bean, and this bean been eating and doing stuff for a long time.
Whoa.
And figured out immortality.
Yeah.
And wrote a book and have everybody believing this script and
I'm saying,
following the script, and even taking on the catalyst of the characters that really don't exist.
see, only the people with external hard drives need the script. The people with internal hard drives, which we call in the soul, is having an internal hard drive. These
Bingo.
people have an
Hey
internal
guys,
hard drive.
I wanna.
say something real
I know
fast?
y'all probably tired of me
That was beautiful.
segueing back
He said
to.
it best.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, Keith. I forgot. I gotta drop a bomb for that though. That I can't hate on that. Yeah, the way you put it with the
No, that was
hard
dope as
drives.
hell. That was
You know
dope
what I'm
as hell. He
saying?
said, mother.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was dope as hell.
And were you even done yet though, Keith?
Nah, I was just saying, man, because I was listening to y'all cooking, and then shout out to the panel, man, because you was cooking and you was showing like, man, these people different than us, and then they got us looking up in the sky for something when it's people on the ground who not like us, bro. It's niggas
Yeah.
already on the ground who ain't.
That's what I was telling them. Guess what, bro? That's what I'm saying about this community. Most of the world looking up in the sky for aliens to come to the earth, and all they religious books told them that the non-player characters was here in the beginning. Tell me I'm lying. The Bible told them Satan was already. Well, listen, my thing is this. They don't know that the aliens is the fucking. See, that's what I'm saying. The average person that's in a religion, they believe in demons that's walking around creating evil on earth, little dragons, they're invisible. But when you wake up, you realize the demons is the fucking non-player characters. Now, what I'm tripping about the Christians, if you tell the Christians that it's some transhumans that's being controlled and all that, and that they got chips and everything we saying, and it's AI and all that, they'll laugh at that, but they think that they more on point with believing in invisible dragons and stuff. So if you say, look, what if these people ain't selling their soul to some monster, right? What if when y'all say that, they literally took the mark of the beast and they have the fucking computer chip in their head, and at that point, demon possession, the beast control them. Because even in the book of Revelation say that the Antichrist gonna have the power basically to make crowds of people perform one action at the same time. How many people learned that in church and stuff coming up?
Yeah, and it says in the book of Revelations, they will something on the lines like they shall seek death, but shall
and
not
they ain't
find it.
gonna find it. Them
Yeah,
all,
'cause
and
you're
it's
gonna be
yeah
in a
for the
program.
Antichrist people, for the people with the chip, what it was talking about. Yep. See,
And
this
then
is.
Oh, my bad, bro.
But this is deep that, you know, the most religious people in the world, the Bible prophesied that the people who go to church every Sunday with the book we talking about ain't gonna even see the truth in it that we see, and we ain't even in church every Sunday. It literally wrote that in the book too.
Right. Bro, it's because they replaced Christ with them, which is they real energy, they real spirit. So they thinking like, okay, I'm doing God's work because I'm just teaching people to come to Christ. but Christ is like a dead end street. And I know I might get crucified for saying what I'm saying, but Christ supposed to be a representation. That's why they came out with what would Jesus do. So, nigga, yeah, you actually supposed to be trying to be Christ. You supposed to know that that's about
They
you.
had to get rid of that.
They had to get rid of it.
So look, so fellas,
let me try
No,
to
they had to get rid of that
mark,
WWJD shit.
The mark of the beast, riots. Listen, the Jesus Christ represents riots, protesting, and that bullshit. That's where you get the that's what 666. That's the mark of the beast. You sitting outside.
Wow. There's no way that we can have the establishment.
The reason we don't fall for the bullshit is because we've been here before. We're older souls. Them people, they're all easily programmed because they're young souls.
Let me ask.
Eventually, they'll develop, but they're stuck. And so some of us developed already. We keep coming back, and we don't fall for the bullshit because we've been here so many times. So that's what's going on. Some of them are robots. They do got robots. And they do got super soldiers, people that they use their souls over and over. They got on missions and shit. The AI got all that shit, but it also takes advantage of young souls. And the old souls, we're the ones. We're Neo. We represent Neo, the ones that got to be tracked and targeted. You feel me?
Let me ask King Scorpion some salutes to King Scorpion. That's a UK Globe Earther. Okay, so check this out, man. Do you want to arrange a discussion about flat Earth and globe Earth for a future sit down?
I want to talk about more, fam. But I don't think the world. I'm not from this world, yeah. I don't think the world is ready for I
guess that means no, but that's good.
I would like to discuss with you before I decide to even go public, because
no, you on the you in the right space. Let's
salute
to you. Everybody on the panel want to talk to you.
Listen, I've ended up in a mental home, fam. Yeah, I've seen things that people wouldn't even. I can't even. So it's.
We all have.
I go by. I follow my intuition. Signs and synchronicities. I'm wired different. I'm not from this world. I live in this world, but I'm not from this world. I'm from Earth. You get me? Yeah, and I understand how Earth works.
I think that everybody on the panel can agree with you. Absolutely.
What's your smoke with flat Earth, though? What's your smoke with flat Earth?
I don't know. No. Sorry. Listen. As a child, I always believed. I was brought up as a Christian. I don't go church or nothing.
Man, get back on his head.
I've always known. I've seen things change, yeah, and nobody noticed. I've always believed the Earth was flat. I know the Earth is flat. I didn't realize there was even until like 2015 when. Listen, I can travel. I've learned. I done DMT. I don't know if you know about DMT before. But anyway, I would love to be able to chat with you in private.
What did you see?
What did I
see? I didn't even understand. It's not like okay, what I saw I can explain, but it didn't show me nothing at the time. It was too much at first, right? So what happened? Because I don't know if I don't know if Sanchez is ever. I don't do drugs. I only smoke weed.
Well, you know,
but you just did DMT, so just tell us what you saw.
I mean, we can save this story for a future one if you like, you know. Yeah. But that's up to you. But you know what I'm saying.
I don't mind. I'm an open person. I'm an open book. And
no, I think that what you're explaining. May I cook with you for a little bit, brother? There's what I feel that you're explaining, is what everyone on the panel can relate to, meaning we're not of this space, meaning this realm, this reality. We have to be able to articulate ourselves in a manner that will help the masses be able to articulate themselves. So we have to be able to say, okay, what am I feeling? What is the what? So now, We're talking about sound, frequency, resonance, vibration. We're talking about layers of reality, and that's based on wavelength. That's based on sound, frequency, resonance, vibration, ether. We're talking about greater. We are always talking about greater things on this panel. We're not talking about no goddamn Epstein and no goddamn bullshit. Okay, those are things that we talk about just because we laughing and seeing they bullshit. That's what we talk about when we see in a bullshit. Now, what we talking about as it relates to how you walk as an individual is ether, is sound, frequency, resonance, vibration. It's nigga, we are all walking this whole realms of things. We are on this realm together because we are on this realm together and we see the same, frequency. That's the same wavelength. That's why we talk about vibration. But I'll stop there and we can run from there because I don't want to keep talking.
Remember earlier when we was talking about the Confederate flag? See, I really wanted to go back there because we see this image like a lot of people like to talk about this image here. And I'm going to tell you something I peeped about this image, and this is my opinion. Well, this is my research, basically. This right here is like the Mesoamerican Jesus on the cross. And what this is showing, Jesus dead on the cross, is your body at the North Pole. Remember, Jesus is Santa center on the cross, meaning in the middle of the earth. But if you see this right here, all of these realms around here are like parallel worlds branching off from a center world where this guy is sort of projecting himself in each one of these worlds. There's a tree of life, right, that lead him back to the real him at the middle. Now, you may say, so why is it two of him in each world? So here's the thing, and this where it gets deep. When he leaves the middle world, part of his consciousness is linked back to his brain at the North Pole, and part of his consciousness is wired to his new body, the avatar in that world. So that gives him two brains, a left and a right brain. The right brain is still connected to the base, and the left brain is literally his whole dedicated to the body and things, of the flesh, instinct, intuition. I went over it a couple times.
Who was born in the North Pole? Who was born in the North? What was in the North?
Let them cook.
So I'm saying this man here is leaving the North Pole and entering duality. In every world he exists as a low self and high self, left brain, right brain, so to speak. To me, this is what this whole, when we was talking about the Confederate flag, right? This would be like a cosmic or spiritual galactic confederation with the self, like Vishnu and his avatars. So I know we like to think of like a galactic confederation as like a bunch of different Star Wars nations coming together. But picture every single version of you in every parallel reality all meeting up at the North Pole. So basically what we're doing, we're going to all of these different parallel realities and we're getting acquainted with our own self in that world. And by doing that, the guy at the middle is bringing all these different versions of himself that exist in every parallel reality separate. He bring them together at the middle in one him. So this would be like you being able to access every parallel reality at one time. You building a bridge to each one but through life and death, through the experience in that version. You know what I'm saying? And building that link to it, and then you go on to the next one, on to the next. Once he activate all these worlds and all of his lower selves, he wake up with the God, but he's untied. This is like this right here. He's tangled up in a bunch of wires at the North Pole, and that's what I was showing you in the Matrix movie. Let me pull this back up for y'all, because everybody's saying the same thing, right? This is what he's teaching you right here. All of these lives around him are a baby dreaming. You ain't even really been born yet. You dreaming And this is what I'm telling you. When you wake up in the North Pole, you're going to wake up with the knowledge of like 7 lifetimes in one body. These babies that's waking up at the North Pole are on some superhuman type shit. Like they're literally on, it's the best version of you based upon this journey of initiation. Like we're really getting something out of this. It ain't for vain, if that make you feel any better. Now check this out, right? So watch how this works. He's tangled up in these cards. And each of these cards that's tangling him up is tethered to a version of him in a parallel reality. So in order for him to untangle himself, he got to literally leave the center and go and follow these cards and go to this one and wrap and move them around like a Rubik's Cube, like untangling this damn network. You see what I'm saying? And that's his journey. In the under, he's there to the what they say, slay your dragons, work out your chaos. The chaos is the entanglement, the string theory, many call it. But I'm showing you the foundation of it. But the whole thing is this, right? Once he continue around this whole wheel, he's untying these cards at the middle. You see what I'm saying? So it's like he's unwrapping himself. He's a mummy, right? That's wrapped up in the North Pole, but the mummy's gonna get up one day and resurrect. And so that's why Christ resurrect right here in the middle, right here. But see, like I said, he got to go out in the underworld and defeat Satan. Satan is his lower version. That's why we see 2 versions sort of going at it, sort of battling out there, like wrestling. Like he got to go and literally take hold of that version of himself and get control over it because he's tangled up. It'll be like me trying to untangle a knot, and I got to go to the end of this card, each of the cards, and work out each one. You see what I'm saying? And so that's what he's doing. He's got to go out there and literally control that avatar, get it the way he can unwrap himself here. Everything he's doing in the outer is to give him a result in the inner, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? So once he make all of his rounds in the outer realms, then Jack can lead a box. He's freed himself. He's unwrapped himself. He's done all his karmatic lessons, all of that, and that leads to those wires being unwrapped. And once that happened, you activated, your pod would open up, Jonah come out the whale. You gonna realize, hey, every mistake I ever made, it really didn't happen. It was just a simulation. Let me show you how dope this is. You ever had a badass dream? Like, for example, maybe you murdered somebody or done something crazy, and you wake up from the dream and you say, man, I'm glad that was a dream. It's the same sort of experience, and then it'll be, what did you learn from it though? With that, I don't really want to harm nobody for real because that felt fucked up, right? I was enraged, I did this, boom, boom, but now it's like you can simulate this shit so that you don't actually do it. So what I'm saying is, all of these babies in the upper realm, they will never do evil. They can't do evil because they've already done all of that. Evil was a program that they was working out in the underworld. That's why it's called hell. So this is what I'm saying. Once they complete that shit, they've purged themselves, a purgatory. You know what I'm saying? And that's like a person that's like I said, maybe you do something in a dream that you regret, and you wake up in this world and you say, well, I'm glad that was in that world. I'm glad I'm here. And then you further confirm that's something I would never do. Now, guess what? On a spiritual level, your mind didn't distinguish between what you did in a dream and what you did when you woke up. It's planning out as one reality. So that's why I said this is like a simulated series of events for us to get one ultimate cause at the end of it. And that'll be like, if this dude go into one of these outer worlds to untangle one of these cards, he may have to move it this way, to the puppet out there at the end of the card. He may not understand the motions. He may be like, damn, what if all of this is in vain? Like, I can't really enjoy the luxuries of the world, like this spiritual journey. But really, that's the higher self pulling you in the right direction and all that. Now, listen, with the syncretism, when they talk about Jesus is a fisherman for men, the concept of Jesus fishing for the souls of man, I'm showing you here. He's literally trying to untangle all of his different selves, but he's winding them in at the same time. It is going to be a big union at the center of all of his different selves merging into the one. But I know that was lengthy, but I'll stop there and I'll share the flow.
Nah, that was hard, bro. And then I just want to say this real quick. So, do you agree that the man and what's the name of this called first before I go? The name of this collage. What would you call it?
This is just another form of Christ. This Quetzalcoatl right here.
Quetzalcoatl.
Yep. But the thing of he's the Mesoamerican version of. He's the first. He's older than G. If I'm not mistaken, and I know I'm not, Quetzalcoatl is older than Christ. He's the first Christ from the Mayans and Olmec, and I know it started here. So
Yeah, that's the Mayan.
That's the swastika in the middle, right?
So people may debate like, where is he older than Christ? Hell yeah, I'm gonna tell you that this one here, this gotta be the first.
Listen,
and I wouldn't say the first, but
symbol,
it's
Sanchez, that's every symbol. That's every symbol that we. That's why I love this channel. That's why I love this community. That's why I love speaking with you, Sanchez. Listen, that's every symbol we're talking about. That's everything. Like that's the whole.
It's a swastika. It's a cross. It's I know
it is.
Hey, Sanchez, are those two guys shooting each other with their hands like they do in the cartoons?
So
that's the Hadouken.
Yeah, are they doing some Hadouken?
So listen,
that's Street Fighter. That's Street Fighter. Hey, Sanchez. Sanchez, go
now watch this though. No, I got you, bro. I got you. Look, I already broke down this Hadouken, but real quick. It's actually, they ain't original with these video games and movies, but it's a moving wave fist. So it's like instead of punching a person, you punching the ether and sending a wave like through the ether at the person. That's what that Hadouken ball is. So it's literally some spiritual science in Street Fighter right there. You know what I'm saying? It's like me standing in a swimming pool with you and pushing a wave at you. But let me break this down real quick. What's going on here? They're opening up a portal. See, check this out. Let me break this down. This is your left and right brain. These two dudes right here on the left, and in the middle is that is what
you made. You didn't fix anything. You made it worse.
Hold on. So
move it slightly over to the right and straight.
So check this out, right? In the middle of this thing, what do we see? We see in Stranger Things that tree of life. It's a portal open up. See, check this out. This is like a hurricane with a 6 and 9 energy, polarizing winds for a tornado. These two dudes that you see on the left right here, they're like a 6-9 energy. They opening up a portal like a tornado, a vortex. But this is like your left and right brain with the pineal gland in the middle. See, what happens is what's keeping that portal open is your own polarizing forces, meaning your higher, lower self or the angel and devil on your shoulder. In between them is a portal that lead back to you, which is the self. Like when you see those images of the dude talking to the angel and demon, he's the one in the middle. Guess what that's called? Center. So if you look at your brain, there's a portal in the middle of your brain, the pineal gland, and that represents the light coming from the central self, which is sending the message from our base reality. So that's what I'm telling you. That's how we think. When we think, our thoughts coming from the North Pole. It's coming from our higher self sending a message into this portal. And once the message gets sent into this portal, it splits. Once the left side get the message and the right side get the message. And they fight between how do you, for example, it's like you having a thought, right? And then you got to ask yourself the question, should I manifest this thought for the greater good, or should I just manifest this thought for me and get me some money and all that? It's like instinct versus intuition. It's a test. When that one thought enters the duality, it splits into two. That's why he break the pill in half. But that's the left and right brain, and you got to decide, because the central self sends a neutral thought. And then you decide on whether you want to make it good or bad. Like, you can paint a picture on a canvas of animals in the forest. You can make them animals play with each other, or you can make them kill each other. That's your power as the painter. We can, you can make the good or bad. The universe don't choose that for you. That's what I'm telling you. Like, this central position is neutral. But this is our real world, this realm of neutrality. It's peaceful, like the middle of a tornado, the peaceful spot. But our journey to that place is like, it won't do no good for you to go there now, because your body there is like going to a dream, but you ain't even born in that world yet. You don't have a body there yet. So in the base reality, you got a body there, but it ain't activated. That's why you can't literally go to the base reality until you unlock your God body that I'm showing you here through the process of this journey that we going through now and mastering the self. Because you can't take these bodies there, of course, but because you got one there, you just got to activate it. But that's the whole thing I'm saying. Like, all around this wheel, he's having a war. In a dual world, and duality mean the fact that he's got a battle within himself. He's at conflict with himself. You know what I'm saying? In all of these worlds, that's Jet Li when he was fighting himself in every world, and ultimately he wanted to go to at the end of the movie, he ended up on the top of this pyramid that we looking at now. Now, a person may say, this is a pyramid, Sanchez. Yeah, I know you see it as a cross, but let me show y'all something real quick. Just stay with me. If we go to the Mayan pyramid, Kukulkan, and we look at it from a top-down view, you can see this same Jesuit cross. Now look at this from a top-down view. It's everywhere. They embedded this, and this is what... He's at the top of this pyramid in the highest heaven, in that little box that we see at the top of there. So this little image that we breaking down, they got an earthly version of this where they would have taught this directly on earth in person. That would have been dope to be learning this. A bunch of people out there, smoking whatever you're doing, and niggas is literally teaching this divine science using this architecture. And literally, you had a priest at the top of here teaching, and he didn't need a bullhorn because the acoustics, anything you say up here, gonna reverberate throughout the whole forest. Talking about a elevated platform, but at the same time, they turned this into Jet Leader 1, because in Jet Leader 1, all of his many cells are uniting back with him while he's up there. But this here is the Jack in the Box too. But again,
he came down that mountain, Sanchez, busting niggas' asses. It wasn't no goddamn. It was okay. I'm at the top, and nigga, I'm coming down, fucking you up. That was the end of the movie, and that's why I would love to see a sequel. But they are literally not they're literally not creating it. But now, in terms of the
they got this same. Hold on, one more thing that I didn't say. I know it's kind of long-winded, but let me just add this last syncretism to it, and y'all got it right. So look, that the Vatican got. This is one thing I want to share with you. Look, where is it? Here it go, right here. This is the same concept at the Vatican. Y'all know that, right? So when we go to the Vatican courtyard right there, those four triangles that we see split up by the staircases, those are the 4 continents around Mount Meru too. So this is cosmological stuff. Climbing that stairway is Jack and the Beanstalk, is Jacob going up the ladder. They turned this into the Bible story, Jacob's ladder.
Hey,
But see,
you know, I didn't mean to cut you, bro. Since we know it's at the top of that, those 3 squares of that pyramid is the Last Supper.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to be able to look at that from a 3-dimensional aspect. When you're able to go inside of yourself and look at it from standing at the top and see it from a 3-dimensional aspect, that's what I think what the brother was having a problem with earlier when he was talking about the globe and stuff. He was looking at it from a 2-dimensional aspect and trying to translate it to a 3-dimensional aspect, but it don't look like that. You know, from us just looking at it from the side. And I wanted to say, Sanchez, you know, living organisms are composed of protons, neutrons, and electrons. So when we see the 2 on one side and then we see the portal in the middle, do you think that's a representation of the proton, neutron, and electron from when they enter those different worlds? You see how there's a slot open?
Proton, neutron, electron, dealing with the. Now you know what I'm gonna say. I don't believe in an atom and all that, but now go ahead and cook. You got it. I'm gonna see. Yeah, go ahead.
Just like
hold on, Sanchez. You don't believe in the atom? I think the atom is the construct of
It's a torch field. They're a little torch field with your protons,
Wait a
neutrons, and
minute.
electrons.
Then we got to examine the panel. We can't. If you still focus on the atom, that's not a. It's electromagnetism.
Yeah, what they call atoms are electromagnetic fields. Like they're the same thing.
Yep.
Right, but in order for the electromagnetic field to exist, there has to be some movement or some construction.
So let me explain. So the electromagnetic Torah field can explain the perpetual motion of this field, but the atomic theory can't. It can't. That's why I say I don't subscribe to the atomic theory.
So we're saying that the movement of the energy within the torus field, we calculate those as being electrons, the movement of the different.
That's a modern concept that really takes away exactly what's happening in really with this energy field. That's all I was saying. I ain't gonna hound y'all about it though.
No, it's just energy. I'll take up the concept. It's just energy. In other words, energy can't be nothing. It's just eternal.
Here's the thing, right?
Well,
this concept. I got you.
What can we call this movement of things that's creating the torus field? What would we say that it is in our intellectual
I'm gonna give you 2 words that I like to use: torus flow. Now the reason why I wouldn't use the word atom right here is because think of an atom like a little bitty solar system. You got these separate planets orbiting a central, that would be like a sun. And boom, the orbit of all of these planets is creating a big old field, right? And in culmination of all the orbits, it would create one big field or bubble. If you outline all of these orbits, it'll make a bubble, so to speak. And that bubble will kind of fluctuate because of the orbits. So it'll be like a heart. It'll look more like a heartbeat. It'll be, if you can picture what I'm saying, if you put a bag around this atom and look what the bag do as the protons, electrons, and neutrons, as that protons and electrons orbit the neutron, right? You'll see it'll look like a heartbeat. But the whole thing I'm saying why I'm pulling that up is because it makes these separate objects, right? And it makes them form a orbital path around the sun where they going round and round it, and that ain't really the truth. What's the truth is that, right? What's the truth is that this field is more like a hurricane, and all of the tentacles of the hurricane, when they reach the edge of the hurricane, they go up and they make a dome, and all of those rays come back into the center hole of the hurricane, and it swallows it, and it shits them back out the bottom and keep doing it again, like what this image showing you right now, and it's making this feel. It's like a.
I like that.
You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, bro, Sanchez, you broke that all the way down.
Okay, so
That
what
atom is
happens?
like
Okay, so my question would be, what happens when two of these fields come together? Like if it's one torus field and another one comes together, the movement of those energies colliding or coming together to mesh to create something new.
a dielectric inertial plane.
I ain't mad at that at all, and I'll even give you a visual for what that'll look like. Here it is right here.
Bingo.
You a dumbass, bro, Sanchez. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck what nobody's saying. When nobody's saying. But that right there.
That's why we ha.
Look, that's what
so they give you the brain, they give you the eyes, they give you all of the duality of the fields when they do interact. So that's even the chakras when they interact in the field. So that's okay. We could do that.
What I like about this is show the fractal code, because every time you put two of these together, it still makes what the one of them was. You know what if that make any sense?
Because the two becomes one.
No, that's why 2 plus 2 equals 1.
Plus 2.
Oh, Terrence Howard, here we go.
Even 4 before it would be 1.
You never even make it to 2. It's the 1 plus 1 equal 1.
Because a person,
it does, and that's why Terrence Howard seems crazy to everybody else. But we see him as like, okay, that makes sense. But these, like, it literally makes sense. But the fuck that these motherfuckers, literally, he had a spot. He had a spot in the news media for a second, and then now it's gone. Now it's just Trump and the goddamn Epstein shit. And it's like weird. It's
bro, like,
but again, it's us. It's us. Go ahead.
Sanchez just debunked the atomic theory, y'all. Like,
Nigga, all things. That's what
casually.
this community is about. We debunk.
All theories are made to be debunked. See, and I'm gonna show you how you debunk the atomic theory. The atom is supposed to be a little bitty torus field or dielectric inertial plane, as in the middle, as explained by the Greeks. But the problem is they got a ball at the middle of it, which is why it's so easy for me to debunk the globe model. Let me show y'all the mistake that the globalists make. What they do, right? You can't explain a lot of stuff without an energy field. And what happens is, because they like balls, they love balls, they put this ball at the middle of they goddamn energy field, but it's called a dielectric inertial plane, not a dielectric inertial ball. Because guess what's happening here? All of the energy from the bottom is colliding with all the energy from the top. Anything manifest right here will be compressed and smushed down to a plane. So that's why you will see, if you pull up any electromagnetic energy field, don't make no sense that it'll be split in the middle where all the energy will create a natural plane. Even if you look at this model real hard, if you look through it, these rings reach a point where it makes a plane in the middle. Now, that some of you probably have to look at this a minute, but if you look through it, you can see that eventually these things will point dead at you like looking at a disc. But that's the plane part, what I'm talking about. But this right here is just baloney. It's like saying you can fit a basketball in between Bible pages when it's closed. You closing the book, pressing it together like this. Anything in there gonna be smushed. This energy ain't nothing to play with. You know what I'm saying? So it's so bananas to even put a ball right there when it's called a dielectric inertial plane.
It's like a bone with no meat on it, man. And what you did was you just gave not only the bone structure, the foundation, you actually went and showed the outside, the exterior. the interior and the exterior, but you also explained it from going from a 2D to a 3D aspect. What people don't realize, they just think everything 3D, but they don't realize that they really focusing on a 2D aspect. That's not 3D. A circle, a ball showing on one side, that's not 3D, bro. That's a 2D aspect. So yeah, I'm fucking with what you said right there.
Yeah, man, this
Brother
is crazy.
Sanchez.
Oh, go ahead, Goddess.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
No problem. Hey,
Salutes, Demi.
everybody.
Much love, my sister.
I wanted to ask you a question. Are you saying that the so-called atom is a real thing, or is it light, or is it not light?
So the atom is a representation of a real thing. When they changed the ancestral view of the universe, they had to recreate different tools to explain the new model. And the atom was one of those things they had to kind of tweak, because really their entire universe, their entire solar system is just a huge atom. And the ancient version of an atom was just an electromagnetic energy field, which I'm showing right here. Let me pull this up and we can put it right here, and you can see the Earth and its magnetic energy field is the same way that a atom is said to be functioning, with the energy flowing through it and around it. Everything that's in manifestation have an aura field. So, for example, look at this Earth image I'm sharing with you here, and I'm gonna share something else with you. Watch this. People will say humans don't got chakra layers, but they will say that the Earth has energy fields around it, which is crazy. But so just like a human is emitting energy from the core of itself outward, like we see here with these chakra layers, right? And see, that's what I'm saying, what they showing about the Earth right here. I don't want to get too far off track, but the atom is really a misinterpretation. Just to sum up what I'm saying, it's a misrepresentation of a torus field. I'll just put it plain like that.
Okay.
Exactly.
The reason why I asked you is because I'm putting something together. I saw some information, but it didn't tie it all the way together. So I was like, okay, this is where we need Brother Sanchez, because he was onto something. The channel is, I don't know if you heard of it, it's the Flat Out Truth. So he's definitely with the movement. So he was saying that, okay, he didn't have the other piece that you just gave. That makes sense. How you know that the atom is an energy field in the first place is because he was saying that's how you can prove the flat earth model, because when you see the rainbow in the sky, you see all those colors. And what he was saying is it's coming, and the reason why you get the colors is because the light that's passing through the firmament. So basically the earth. Now they're saying it's space, but we know there's no space. So when the light passes through, which we're made of light, that's the reason why everything is represented like a rainbow. It's just a reflection of the energy fields that are outside the firmament reflecting onto us. And that's why you see the rainbow, because even in science, that's what he was saying. They say that the rainbow is caused by droplets of water that reflects. The way they explain it doesn't make sense, of course, but when he replicated the
Goddess.
experiment.
May I explain that? So
Yeah, because I'm only trying to go off what someone
Hey,
else
well,
said.
listen, I gotta step away from the mic, but I can still listen, but I can't speak for like 2 minutes.
Yeah, tie it together for me.
Oh, okay. So for me, so what I've understood in my research is that the container that the light is within is how the rainbow is created. So in other words, light is again, reflection. That's what the hell it does.
Yeah,
It,
yeah. The
it
container of the
it just bounces fucking light
permanent. Yeah,
everywhere. Yeah,
that's what we were saying. Yeah.
whatever the hell. And so if you are on planet Earth, meaning no, I'm saying planet. I hate saying that right now. But if you are walking on the ground that you're walking on, then you see a rainbow, you're walking down the road that you're looking down, and it always is an arc. That's a problem. Well, it's not a problem,
Yes.
but it shows where we should be thinking.
And that's
In
what
other words,
I was trying to say with that picture that brother Sanchez put up there. You
now
see how the rainbow is
here's
dark.
the answer. Now here's the answer. The answer is we are in a terrarium, meaning we are enclosed in a system that functions the way that it functions, and also what it entails is that we as humanity as a whole, all of our billions of humans that are on the planet are in a sense of denial, just denying the shit, and just we creating crimes and we fucking just doing bullshit. Trump is president. That's how far we are willing to go to excuse the fact that we are in a terrarium. I have a problem with that. I'm done.
Yo, let me interject just a bit because this is mind blowing for me, just in the regard that just how this information is brought, because it makes sense that the atom being squished, which the construct of an Adam and an Eve coming together. That's why I was like, okay, we learned certain things and principles in a way that kept us in this simulated construct, right? So even how we put the atom in a simulation with the whole entire universe, the galaxy and the sun being in the middle, and then you got the planets revolving around it, like the planets are like the electrons, so to speak. But at the same time, that still creates a plane. And we're not thinking that like perfect circles don't really happen in nature. So even for them to have an idea of what this would be if an atom or the construct of the universe being in us, that we compose of atoms and make a cell and and then we get this esoteric information and find out, okay, well, we're universes within ourselves. Each cell is like its own universe or its own reality, and we exist within those realities parallel to ourselves. And so if you deconstruct the atom itself, then that deconstructs the Adam and Eve. That deconstructs like the whole principle of one person being created from all these people. But you have a system that was put in place by Cain. So Cain would be like the book writer in a sense, or the one who writes the script. So we're all like listening to his story, following the constructs of morality, information, testimonies, tribes, beyond religion, just culture in itself, or what we accept and don't accept as being real in the same simulated reality that we in. It's like who's controlling the reality and why. So we have a book, and in that we all have been acclimated in it in some regard. So that energy just boom. We with the calendar, you got a Gregorian calendar with the cross. It comes again, and we all do what? Do the holidays. So the holidays would be connected to the Hollywood. The Hollywood is what's being controlling everybody's perception of reality.
See the whole thing about the holidays. The holidays allow them to hide truth in plain sight. A lot of the shit we do for holidays are old stories we used to tell about the simulation. For example, right? Let's take your Christmas tree, for example. Here's your Christmas tree right here. It's the Babel Tower. The star at the top is you. That's your higher self. And the Christmas tree with the star at the top is another way of saying the spinal cord with the pineal gland at the top. That's the central nervous. That's literally the central nervous system. It's your spinal column and the pineal gland. That's the CNS. And right there, see, that's Christmas. When we talk about all of these holidays, even when we bring up Easter and we go to talking about cracking the egg for resurrection, here's what happened when we resurrect, y'all. When our soul split from this world, it's like a cell splitting. And guess what? A new world is born out of the old one when you're born again. Real talk, bro. So it's like a cell splitting. What happens is you're shedding a skin. So what I'm showing you here is this, right? Let's say that the universe at the top, that's the real you. The universe at the bottom is like a shedded skin, like when a snake shed its skin and leave it down behind it. So that represents the you that's gonna die and go in the ground, what you call the body, and then rip the real world gonna rip up out of this one with the real you right in it. You gonna dial up into the ancestral realm, boom, right on the other side, that the upside down. We're in the upside down right now. So that's what I was saying, like a lot of flat earthers, right? They're gonna crucify me for this, but it don't change none of our arguments. The earth's still flat, right? Don't none change. If we was living in this bottom part upside down, it wouldn't matter. We can still have, you see what I'm saying? I'm saying that, sometime I be thinking that heaven is this upper realm and earth is the lower one, and we keep thinking we in the top one. But we gonna go to the top one after this place,
No, that's the paradox, Sanchez. That's the fucking paradox. That's the duality. You have taught that to us, and I've learned it. In other words, nigga, it's both. It ain't the bathtub is the bathtub, nigga.
This was my original question. This was my original question that planted the seed.
No, nigga, it's both. It's simultaneous. It's not a thing. We are as humans, you and I, we're talking right now. What we're in the reality that we're talking right now is a duality, that there's everything happening that we are considering right now. Everything is happening. There is a duality for everything. Can you imagine a duality for infinity? There's a duality.
Listen what I'm saying, because you cooking real quick, and when you talk about the duality for infinity, I want to just show them something, right? Now look, there's two worlds right now. It's a lower world and a higher world. You living out your existence in both of them. They're parallel realities, just like we see here. Now, Earth is the one that they call hell, where you keep having all these mistakes or problems. It ain't perfect. When we're born out of the earth realm, I'm saying we go to the real world above, right? And it's the same everything, but the series of events are playing out in our favor. The stars are basically aligned for our greater purpose or whatever. That's all I wanted to point out. Look, you know what they teach on the globe? I'm about to land. You know what they teach? Hold on, let me mute everybody. This is horrible. So look, you know what they teach on the globe model, right? That everybody's standing around a damn ball, and that the core of the globe is pulling every human toward the core, making them stay on the ground. This is what they teach. And they tell you at the equator line is where the core of the earth, this central point, at that point you go into the earth, you will be at the core. Everyone is being pulled toward the ground, toward the center. What I'm telling y'all, they stole that concept from this right here. It makes more sense on this model that you have two different versions of Earth, and you can't laugh at this because science is now talking about parallel realities. So my whole thing is this. Parallel means just what the words say. A world that would be parallel to yours in alignment like this. They can't have two globes side by side and say that's parallel, you know, because they still separated. You got to join them together and make them a what? Pair, like man and woman. So that's what I'm telling you right here. It only worked with this model. And in each world, some will be holding you down to the ground. Now, guess what? A person will look at this right here and they will laugh at me. But if you a globe earther, you literally teaching the same thing that people walking upside down. Now, you know why it make most sense on my model, though? Because watch what I'm about to show you. I know I opened up a can of worms. Watch me. Watch what I'm about to do, though. Here's why it makes most sense on my model. Watch what I'm about to do. Let me pull this up. Okay. It's about to get deep. This is why it make most sense on my model right here. Look. This is why it make most sense on my model. Because a person may say, Sanchez, you mean to tell me you teaching the globe earth stuff that people is upside down? No, I'm teaching the ancestral knowledge that the real world is above the earth. Earth is a reflection of the real world, and we are walking upside down because we're reflections. We don't weigh nothing. It ain't no gravity. It's that your world is a reflect. It ain't. It's a digital copy, so you can hold it with however you want to hold it. I can take a fucking video game and flip it any way I want it, and the people in the game moving around ain't gonna know nothing, cause it's just a reflection of in the real world. That's the real world. So when a person say, how would that work, Sanchez? I'm showing you what the underworld is and how they took this and put it on the globe model, but it don't make no sense. Everything is being pulled toward the North Pole, the central self, where that's projecting this whole experience. When our central self projected this experience, the universe split it up into two versions. That means that for every good thing that can happen in the flip side world, a bad version of that is happening. You see what I'm saying? Like the good probabilities and bad probabilities are playing out in the universe, and we calling that heaven and hell, you know? So that's why this thing look like that. For every realm where, let's say, a good thing is playing out in an alternative universe, or equal bad option is taking place in an alternative universe. Modern science try to explain this in so many ways, their own way. It just ain't applicable to their model, because these are ancient concepts that was made for this ancient cosmology right here. But I'll just stop right there.
I can be drunk and out of my mind and still understand what you're talking about. Like that Trump is literally doing that right now. He is like he literally makes other, like he plays the game. Like he'll make a motherfucker feel like you doing wrong and he doing right. The fuck?
So the underworld only see the Southern Cross in the sky. They don't see what we see, what us flat earthers see. We all follow and believe in the cross. That was my original question. Like,
what was your original question?
I went to sleep about the North Star and the Southern Star. How come you can't see the North Star from the Southern Star? And that's why they prove the globe. And I'm like, no, that's a bull. That's not. It's what you just showed with the two things. The underworld, Australia, Atlanta is the underworld. They only see the cross in the sky, and that's our belief. They don't believe the center is, and it's the Christmas tree. So like that first one you showed with all the trees around it.
Can I ask you a question?
Asking, who is that?
Can I ask you a quick question real quick? Have you ever used the compass?
Yeah. Whoa. Compasses can also do some strange things depending on the tide depending on your mind,
No,
your
I'm
energy.
saying, no, compasses don't work strange depending on your energy and mind. They're very concrete instruments. Like a hammer ain't gonna work different because of it ain't voodoo involved with, you know, a mechanism called a compass. Now, the thing about a compass, you know that they all are based upon the North Pole. No matter where you are on Earth, the compass don't switch its direction and calibrate toward any southern pole. So for years, people have navigated using the North Star. So I was saying, no matter where you are on Earth, even in the part where you said they see the Southern Cross, they don't navigate by it. They navigate by the North Star. So what can we prove by that? That the North Star is the central star, the reference point for navigational purposes. The 0 point that gives birth to all of the coordinate cross intersections on the grid line that we use to navigate these points that the globalists call longitude and latitude. You don't have lines of longitude and latitude. You have circles of longitude and latitude wrapped around the globe. Again, the term doesn't apply to your model.
Really,
terms don't apply to your model.
Like,
to really
that's
put
why
a cap on
about
that.
the 2D and 3D.
Like
2D
if you
and
put the
3D.
star at the top of the tree, right? Like the star at the top of the tree would represent that same model, because when you get to like even the body, the lower part of the Christmas tree is the gifts, which is what? Material. Those are the material aspects. That's the lower part of the chakra. That's the lower part of the realm. When you start moving up with the lights and your lights come on, or you know what I'm saying, you have a certain elevation. When you get to the top and you recognize that the higher self is really outside of the self, that's the light, and the light comes on like a
But
light
see,
bulb.
I want to really stay on the whole way we use maps, navigation, and all that. That's important, right? It proves the shape of the earth. It literally does. Just like the shape of a spider web. You know what I'm saying? Coming from the central point outward the web. That's what the AE map doing. That's how we get grid point coordinates. That's all I'm saying, you know.
Facts.
Well, no.
Let's debate it.
No, I disagree with Sanchez.
Let's
Light
do it.
and frequency and sound is what is our perimeter, is what creates the plane that we're living on.
See, that ain't really disagreeing with me at all. That's just you teaching something we ain't really talking about right now. Right now, we talking about, like I said, navigate. I'm gonna repeat again. Navigation map debate. I know about frequency and light. To me, that's going into the spiritual aspect. Right now, I'm on the mechanical, functional aspect. If me and you was in a ship, we wouldn't be talking light and vibration. We'll be talking navigation. You're going to need to know some math, how to shoot an azimuth. So that's why we got to understand context and conversation and know when to go into your math, when to go into your Kundalini talk, when everything ain't a spiritual bill. You know what I'm saying? Some things can be mathematical, mechanical too. Like if we bring up how to build a house, I don't got to bring up chakras and all that. I need to talk about how to measure and you know what I mean? That's to me what's happening here.
Yeah, everything is math and science.
Oh no, you might want to put your chakra energies in houses. It might help you function
It's
better.
like, look, if I'm trying to get from one part of a map to another, I can't use my side view, like how I'm looking at things that I'm looking at in my house to explain this. I'm gonna have to use a North Star view. I'm gonna have to put my eye in the sky. I'm gonna have to go into another dimension of looking at this. This is what bro's saying. So I can't. That's where the confusion is happening. They trying to compare they everyday view from what they looking at right in front of them to looking at something that's bigger than what they can see all at one point. It's just it's like he said, your navigational, you got to be able to raise your, if you want to look at a wider spectrum, then you're going to have to raise your navigational eye to an eye in the sky and look at the whole diagram rather than what you can just see in front of you. That's where the misinterpretation is happening at. the 2D and 3D what I was saying, but I think I need to dumb it down and say you need to be able to have a North Star view. Put your eye in the sky. That way you looking down so you can say from this point to this point. Because if you trying to look at it from a side to side view, it don't make the same correlation. You understand what I'm saying?
And you know, one thing I wanted to tie into the globe perspective, I'll pull this back up. Now think about this. We got one zodiac wheel, right? I'm finna point something very crucial out. We got one zodiac wheel for the entire earth. You would need two of them on a globe model, and I wanted to just know if the brother know that or not. You understand right here that if all the constellations is going around the North Star, what's going around the South Star? Ain't no South Star. It's one central star, and all the 12 zodiac going around it. But again, if the Earth was a globe now, like y'all say, I don't say this. Guess what y'all say? The bottom part of the globe got their own set of stars. Yeah, they would need to see you burying yourself with that argument, because everybody on Earth used the same zodiac wheel, no matter where you at, the same 12 constellations. But you gotta make that argument on a globe, and it just ain't true. Just because most of the world repeat that, don't make it true. So people at the bottom of the Earth can't be having the same birthday zodiacs and all that as us if they got their own set of stars. Why? It is like I debated a globalist one time, and he was like, yeah, they do got their own complete different set of stars, but they just use our zodiac in the North because the North Pole is more popular.
They don't have a central star.
That's what I was told.
Hey, that's some bullshit. And that's not even a thing. That's not even, in my world, that's not even a thing. Are you telling me we on a circle and this is happening above this circle and then below this circle? This shit is the same thing. No, I'm good.
They can't see the North Star from the south though. That's what it says. In Australia, they can't see the North Star.
You know why? You know why though? Because it's below the horizon line. You know that if you standing on the road and a bus drive away from you, you won't see the bus either. It'll vanish at a point on the horizon line. The whole sky appears to falls down at the horizon line, and everything below that line is hidden by vanishing point, right?
Thank you.
So that would mean the North Star too.
I know you got my back.
They dislike that shit, Sanchez. No, we gotta talk about this. Listen, they really dislike the vanishing point. Like first of all of us don't live on the same place on the plane that we're living on, right? And so in where I'm at in Newark, New Jersey, there's buildings everywhere. It's a city. So I can't see the horizon line straight forward. I see buildings everywhere. Right? And so therefore I can't gain a perspective as in terms of mental I can't even grow as a human if I can't look out and see the distance. Perspective is literally our education. If you can't look out and just not see nothing, then you are fucked up.
Frequency, light, energy.
Thank you.
Thoughts, everything.
Thank you.
So on the, like I said though, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm not being abstract. I'm being strategic, intentful, mechanical in my conversation right now. Now I could get spiritually abstract, but I think it doesn't require it for where we at now in the bill. But let me say it's time for me to shut this down. We way beyond talking about Trump, so I need to go ahead and shut this thing down and prepare for the next one. Y'all be on the lookout for a notification, and it won't be about Trump because I got a whole bunch of more stuff to cover. But I did have to rub this in. And just, have a community bill about this situation. So appreciate y'all. It was worth the time, as always. And I'll see y'all on the next one, man. Much love.
Peace and power.
More bills on this. I don't got no time for no Trump shit. Fuck
I
the
got
Trump
you. Oh, yeah. I got a whole, trust me, be on the lookout for the notice. We finna get it in. Real talk. Peace
I
and
need to
love.
talk to you. I need to talk to you.
Hey, King Scorpion, be on the lookout for the net. If not, email me too, because we can have our own
I can't
bill
find
too.
your email. I can't.
Look, I
Email
got you.
me.
It's talk to BROSANCHEZ@gmail.com.
Talk to BROSANCHEZ@gmail.com.
Yep.
I'll try. If not, I'll catch you on the next one. I'll try and find it now.
Okay. Yeah, we definitely gonna link up. Yeah,
My
much love,
surname
King
is-
Scorpion.
My surname is Stewart, Stewart, just like Sophia. But anyway, we'll talk.
I'll remember.
Easy.
All right. See y'all on the next one.
All right. Bless.
Salute. Hey, appreciate all of y'all guys for supporting the show, all of the people that supported the show. Shout out to Joshua Tellerton, to the sister Jewel. Appreciate you. To Nafisa Jackson. Thank you, sister, for the support. Shout out to Ironworks, Focus Willis, Life and AI, Isaac Frimpong, Leonard Robinson, Stacy Galore, Goonho, El Payoso, Sally McDermott, Duke Wayne, Hydrogen, and Breon Pratt. Appreciate y'all for sponsoring today's broadcast. As always, salutes to all of the Patreons and channel members. Be on the lookout for the next one. Peace and much love.